Anne Marie, and we are at the 5 o'clock regularly scheduled city council meeting. Anne Marie, could we please start with a roll call?
Councilmember Jones? Here. Councilmember Kim? Here. Councilmember Whalen?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill?
Here.
Mayor Renagi?
Here, and I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Attorney, do we have any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 4 items listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session. All 5 council members were present. We started a little late, so we didn't start till about 4 p.m. There's no reportable action except for on item 3, in which is existing litigation, and the City Council authorized the filing of a cross complaint in that matter.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, but once you get to the consent calendar, I'll have some comments.
Okay. And then we have presentations. We have 3 items of extraordinary business. What we're going to start with is a presentation from the Laguna Beach Historical Society. And so as Carol comes up to provide her presentation, just some background, in 2027, it'll be the city's 100-year anniversary. So ahead of that, the goal is to share some of the fascinating historical stories that make Laguna Beach the unique place that we all live in and love. So please go ahead.
It is fascinating, really. So glad to be here. Thank you, Mayor Renagi and council members for having me. I'm going to refer to my notes because I have a lot to say in a short period of time, and I just hope I don't drop them. Thank you for inviting me, though, again this evening to share about my family's early beginnings in downtown Laguna and Laguna. This is an honor to return for the 3rd time, and I look forward to December 9th sharing again. Each time I'm here, I feel really wonderfully thankful for the opportunity to thank you and show appreciation to you as mayor and council members for the good work that you're doing here in the city and what you have done. The appreciation is not maybe as frequent as it should be to you individually, but I want to be a part of that group that really thanks you for all that you do. I really enjoy sharing with so many of you who appreciate and value Laguna's past and understanding the importance of preserving it. And that's why I'm here. I want to continue to share my mother's message and my family coming from Laguna in the 1880s here. In my first 2 talks, I spoke about my mother, Burl Wilson Vbeck. Her primary research she did in the 1990s, locating the land titles of 39 homesteaders who founded Laguna Beach, and my family were included in that group. She went on to lay out and create her homestead map, which I brought and showed to you the first time I spoke, of all the early homestead lands and eventually those areas becoming the beginnings of our city that became a city, of course, as our mayor said in 1927. With that short background tonight, I would like to move into a more focused area, and that is the early development of downtown Laguna. Next month, I'd like to talk about specific landmarks in downtown Laguna, not only of what my family started and are still a part of, but what others have done also. Next slide. This is a photo of my great-great-uncle, George Rogers. He looks rather debonair at that time period. And he was the son of my great-great-grandfather, Henry Rogers. I talked about Henry Rogers last time. And Henry acquired the 5th homestead in Laguna in 1879. And it was consisted of 160 acres from Temple Hills over to Bluebird Canyon. Henry's son, George, went on to purchase his own homestead from the Rossens brothers in 1881 of 155.5 acres. He bought it for $1,000 in gold in 1881. Next slide. George wanted to develop his homestead land into a small town. He wanted his homestead area of downtown Laguna to become a small town, to service the tent city out on Main Beach, as we have seen pictures of that. And that was his desire and his passion. So what he did was he took his homestead and broke it up and divided it into 323 lots. You cannot see all those numbers, but that was the beginning of his passion to start this small little town. He added Mermaid Street and other streets onto his original homestead that he bought, and that's now called the Rogers Addition. From there, his division went on to adding and creating streets, and some of them he and his father plowed, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Next slide. This is an aerial view of his homestead, actually. Of course, it's a modern view, but it is from, you cannot see it, but you see Mermaid there, you see Park there, you see Canyon Acres in the canyon, and all the way over to Broadway. And that was the perimeters of his homestead, and that's 155.5 acres. It went back to Canyon Acres Road, then down to 3rd Avenue right here, and then behind it into Mystic Hills, and then down to Pacific Coast Highway and Main Beach. Then it went north on there. You can't see it real well, but it went north to Broadway where the slough is, still is. And it went out again to Canyon Acres where the Sawdust Festival is. George and his father went on to plowing raw land with their scraper, their horse-drawn scraper, and they scraped out raw land of Forest Avenue right here, and they named it Forest Avenue because of the eucalyptus trees that he and his father planted. And they also scraped Ocean Boulevard Avenue right there because George could see the ocean from his house, and his house was right here at the City Hall, and it was called the Ranch House. And as you go into the City Hall on the right-hand wall, you'll see a painting by Roy Ropp of that ranch house. And I'll talk about that ranch house and the pepper tree that he planted with his oldest daughter, Elizabeth. And I'm glad that that pepper tree is surviving. So I will continue next time to share more about the ranch house and the pepper tree and some of the landmarks on Forest Avenue next time. But thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Really appreciate the Laguna Beach Historical Society for their help in educating us about our fascinating history. So continuing on that trend of history, we're going to move. I'm going to head down there, and we're going to bring up the whole crew from the Coast Film Festival. So that'll be our next item. Do you want to join me? We're going to start. Yeah.
The whole crew up here. The volunteers, get the volunteers up here. Very good. Fun.
Don't leave out anybody.
Do you guys want to join, the two of you want to join me over here, and then, okay. So continuing on this idea of, history. So in 1932, the Festival of the Arts was founded in Laguna Beach. 1933, Pageant of the Masters. 1966, the Sawdust Festival. And 2019, Laguna Beach Coast Film and Music Festival. So I think that is sort of, that history is what I would think that future generations will think of when they look back in 50 years at what the great work that's been done over, I think, year 7 of the Coast Film and Music Festival. So that's how I want to contextualize today's recognition. Also we think about, we're an arts colony, but we're also a place with an environmental legacy of, protecting the open space, and so much of that having the green belt. So when you really combine the arts and the environment, there's no better way to encapsulate that than the great work that you guys have done with the Coast Film and Music Festival. So let's give them a round of applause. The lineup this year included 80+ independent film with a strong focus on documentaries, adventure films, surf, snow, skate, human interest, and environmental stories. And of particular importance and excitement is, they were able to bring back live concerts at the historic Irvine Bowl with 2 sold-out concerts featuring the inclusion of music icons like Jack Johnson. So let's give them another round of applause for that. So be it further proclaimed that on behalf of the city of Laguna Beach, we proudly recognize the Coast Film and Music Festival as an annual celebration of creativity, community, and environmental storytelling, and declares it an enduring part of our city's cultural heritage. An event that strengthens the fabric of our community and continues to inspire all who attend to come curious and leave inspired. So thank you for the great work that you do. And Ben or Enoch, if you want to say a few words.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Mayor Alex, and council members and the community. On behalf of our entire team at the Coast Film and Music Festival and the Coast Film Foundation, Enoch and I are honored to accept this proclamation. Laguna Beach has always been a place where art and story and nature come together. This festival is born from that spirit and has grown because this community believes in creativity, connection, and protecting the places we love. I want to thank our filmmakers, musicians, volunteers, partners, and the many local organizations that help make this event possible every year. Most importantly, thank you to the people of Laguna Beach for embracing this festival and inspiring us to keep raising the bar every year. We're proud to call Laguna Beach our home, and we look forward to continuing to serve the community through film, music, and meaningful storytelling. And I want to emphasize that it took a lot of people and a lot of time and effort to get to where we're at. So thank you very much.
Okay, so why don't we do, let's bring the whole council down for a photo. Should we do one with just the 2 of you and then the whole group? Does that sound good? Okay, so let's do that. Now we are pivoting to football. So let's bring up Coach Shanahan and members of the team. Okay, good. Okay, so when I was at the high school, I don't think our football team was not what it is today, and that's a huge testament to your leadership. And who would think that Laguna Beach would be the place where we have such a good football team? But that's exactly what we have. So I want to just read a couple of exciting stats. The Breakers achieved the highest ranking in Southern California in school history. They ranked 82nd out of 1,040 11-man football teams. They completed in D3 and were in the top 40 out of 376 schools. And we proudly recognize Coach John Shanahan for his unwavering commitment to the program and their impactful mentorship of these student athletes. So on behalf of the city of Laguna Beach, we want to extend our congratulations to the LBHS varsity football team. I should say boys varsity football team, right? Now we have a girls
We do have a
flag
girls'
football
football
team. Okay. And you've made our entire community proud, and we are so grateful for the dedication of you and your whole team, coach, as well as all the players, and looking forward to more wins in the future. So if you want to say a few words.
Sure. Thank you very much. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thanks for having us here tonight. Brady Stringham, our receiver, was voted, as you guys can imagine, at the end of a football season, a football coach's voice is shot. So it's going to be a few weeks till I get it back. But Brady, they don't even know this yet, but he was offensive MVP of our league this year. Jack Hurst, our quarterback, threw for 45 touchdowns, set a school record this year, was #1 in the county. I think #3 in the state and #10 in the nation. All three of these guys, juniors, by the way, coming back, he was voted the MVP of our league, and Wyatt Bogdan, our middle linebacker, was voted a defensive MVP. So that's the reason we brought those three guys down here. So we put those guys in. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. This is I like to tell people when we compete around Southern California, this is the last really true one town, one team mentality. This is when we go and compete against other teams. I always like to tell people it's really like Thurston Middle School going to play other high schools, because that's the only middle school we have, right? And to have these kids play for us in their youth football programs, which I appreciate everybody and at the district and the city helping us find field availability for those young teams. It's made a huge difference. But these guys started playing with us in 7th grade. I think when we started, we were 950th ranked in the state, and we got up like Mr. Mayor Renagi was saying earlier tonight. We got up into the 80s. It's been an incredible growth process, but it starts at the very top. Obviously, we're incredibly thankful to the city. Our superintendents have been phenomenal. Our principal, Jason Alleman, has been spectacular to us in support, and our athletic directors, especially Denise Selby, over the last 5 years, has been spectacular. So we're as lucky as it gets to have the support from our city, our school district, and then again, incredible families, incredible players, and the future is extremely bright. Like I said, a great majority of our great football players are juniors. So it should be an exciting season next year, and we hope to have everybody out to games. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll bring the whole council down for this photo. Yeah, we'll give that to Becky. I think that's fine. Oh, yeah. No, it's not. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. We've been fertilizing it. See what happens when you stop using Roundup?
Okay. So at this point, we are going to now take public comments on non-agendized items, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Laguna Beach City Council. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, so please go ahead and line up. So go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. Mike Beenan with the Laguna Blue Belt Coalition. We have a lot of winning going on here, and it's going on underwater as well with our recovery of our sea life. On behalf of the Blue Belt, I want to thank the city council, marine safety, our staff, and our tremendous community support during this holiday season. And my routine swims off the coast here over the last 12 years, as well as reports from so many others, reveals the amazing recovery of the diversity and abundance of our sea life. We've met with Fish and Game to go over the tentative schedule for reviewing the Blue Belt petition to protect Laguna's last blue mile. You might recall Laguna's marine protected areas, as abundant as they are, were determined by the Science Advisory Team to be the absolute minimum size for success. So adding our last 1 blue mile will move us into a more preferred area of success. The schedule is coming up is in December from 10 and 11. The Department of Fish and Game will be announcing the regional petition meetings in North, Central, and Southern California. And that'll be followed in February by the staff analysis of the petitions will be completed. In April, there'll be a webinar with a presentation of the staff analysis of the petitions, but there'll be no public comment. That'll be followed by 3 bioregional meetings up and down the coast. Fortunately for us, the Science Advisory Team has determined Laguna's rocky shoreline and deep reefs to be essential fish habitats, and no further studies are being anticipated regarding these petitions. Now, an early city resolution in support of the petition will dramatically improve the success of the petition and protect all of Laguna's sea life at no cost to the city. California has 124 marine protected areas as part of a global effort to protect and restore the world's sea life. Your ongoing support cements a wonderful legacy in Laguna's history as a global leader in environmental protection. Thank you all so much and have a happy holiday.
Thank you. Nick, and we're not going to do any, we can wave our hands, but no clapping. I appreciate it. Good job. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Venagi and City Council. Julie Beretta with CRNR. And I'm here this evening, as you may be wondering, what are these aluminum cups sitting in front of you on the dais? And so I wanted to give a little bit of background. During our RFP response, when the city went out to bid, one of the value-added programs that we offered in our proposal was to supply the city with a minimum of 10,000 ball aluminum cups to be used at city-hosted events or community events, whatever at the direction of the city. And so we're happy to share that they were delivered. And the first community event that you'll see them at is the upcoming hospitality night. They'll be available at the city's booth, and then we will have our little mini truck again and hand them out for those that come up to the mini truck. But I did want to make a disclaimer, as Ashley kindly reminded me, was they are for cold beverages only. So I don't think they'll melt, but they won't last very long. So anyway, so we're happy to unveil these. They have the city's logo on them, and we will see you at hospitality night. And I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ricky Redman. I am the Director of Aging in Place Services, just right next door at the Suzy Q. And I just wanted to share 2 really positive interactions that I've had with city staff the last couple weeks. So I got a call from a lifelong Laguna member. So she's connected to our program. She's in her 90s. And she said, my smoke detector went off in the middle of the night and I couldn't get up on a ladder to change it. And is there anything you can do to help me? And so I was able to connect her with the fire department. They went out the next day and they replaced the smoke detector that was defaulty. And they also found 2 rooms that needed smoke detectors. So it was just such a beautiful testament to the services that you guys are providing and this lovely collaboration that we have. And then secondly, last week, I had a city employee who actually personally walked over someone who was seeming a little disoriented and a little confused. And so I was able to talk with them for about an hour, connect them with different resources. And so just very grateful for the generosity and the collaboration that we have. So thank you.
Thank you for what you do. Appreciate that.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Council, Brittany Yanson with the Laguna Beach Chamber. Just two quick reminders. We are in the middle of our Shop Local program with the culmination of Small Business Saturday coming up on the 29th. So the passports have all been distributed. And then to speak to what we were just talking about, Hospitality Night is coming up on the 5th. We're very excited for it. And we hope to see everyone there and everyone in the community having a lovely evening. I can't wait to experience it for the first time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to give a shout out to the high school team. I think the coach mentioned it. And Mayor, you mentioned it as well. Growing up, our team used to be terrible. Back when I was in school, we were absolutely awful, and I thought they were going to close down the program. So it's really cool to see what youth development can really do and investing in the youth programs, whether it's football or other sports, and how that can, the investment in that in the young leagues can really develop into, the team having so much success at the high school level. Another thing, I wanted to give a shout out to Public Works. I know we had a lot of rainfall over the past week, which put a lot of stress on the city services. At Victoria Beach, one of the residents let me know that they got very fast response from Public Works to bulldoze the runoff there to make sure that it was all ready beforehand. So I wanted to give a shout out to that. Thank you to the Public Works for responding very quickly on that to make sure that the erosion didn't get out of hand there with the rain. And obviously, I'm sure the city saw some of the areas of some of the standing water and flooding and some of the improvements that can be made. I'm sure everybody's on top of that, but I think everything seemed to go really nicely with all the rainfall that we had. And then one thing on the presentation from the Laguna Beach Historical Society, that was a very nice presentation. And it's one of those things, it's really sad or it's great to look at our history with coming up at 100 years in 2027. But at the same time, it's really sad to see some of the recent developments of older historical homes being destroyed, like the 359 3rd Street demolition, and also the Egan Homestead that was approved to be destroyed a couple weeks ago. I know that's under appeal, but I think it's important for everybody to recognize that as much as there's a lot of recognition of a lot of our history, at the same time, it's really sad. And I echo a lot of the feelings of a lot of residents that, as much as we talk about preserving our town, we see a lot of it being destroyed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And maybe if we could line up, 2 or 3 speakers. Others, is that it? No more speakers on general public comment, going once, going twice? Okay, so we're going to close general public comment. We are going to bring it back to council and staff. Let's start with our city manager, Dave Kiff.
Yeah, I did want to just let you know about the consent calendar if you're going to move forward with that. I didn't have any comments beyond that. Item 12, you have a memo with you from Michelle, the finance director. I want to make sure that was considered if that's not pulled. I know you're going to address the appeals in just a moment, Mr. Mayor. And then I'm not sure if anyone's pulling item 13, but Councilmember Jones asked a really good question to me about Zone 0. And I thought we should pull that because the answer is interesting. So
okay.
However that happens, that's all I had to say tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
No report tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I've had several interesting conversations in town. I met with Chase Offield and a few proponents of recreational fishing in our community. Met with David Browning to talk about the pump track concept. I had a Laguna Canyon Foundation board meeting, a Water District board meeting, a Parks Commission meeting. Met with Visit Laguna and John Zegowitz regarding defining stewardship for our community. Was able to attend the Coast Film Festival. I think those folks are gone, but just always an amazing event, and got to see Jack Johnson, one of my favorite artists. So I was really excited about that. Met with a group of neighbors in Arch Beach Heights who were concerned about the proposed pump track. I spoke at the Chamber's Government Affairs meeting, was able to attend the police department promotion ceremony, and met with Morris Skandarian regarding the Pacific Edge renovation.
Councilmember Kemp?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate the police department. We had the really great badge pinning ceremony, as Councilmember Jones mentioned. We had a packed house in here. All the families were here. It was really nice. It was new park rangers, newly minted officers, and some promotions. It's very inspiring. They're very excited. And it was really just a great hour and a half to spend with them. I also want to congratulate the Laguna Art Museum for their art and nature. They do it every year. It was really fantastic this year. Their programming was great. They were kind of competing in a way with the Coast Film Festival. We had a lot going on in the last week, but the Coast Film Festival just kind of blew it out. It was fantastic. I also went to the Jack Johnson concert. There was so much energy in that facility, and there was so much energy on the grounds. It was really a fun night. It looked great, sounded great. The noise control was good. So I really want to congratulate the Coast Film Festival and the FOA for, working together with the Coast Film Festival. It's just wonderful.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen?
Yeah, just a couple of things. We've had several items over the last number of months. We had formed the Community Land Trust, that some of you may have heard about. We had a first meeting last night. The board was appointed. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Orgill and I, who were the incorporators at the direction of the council, have resigned. So that entity is now off flying on its own. And I think excited to really get to work. Tremendous group of people volunteering for that. Laguna Art Museum, Art and Nature, as Sue mentioned, was terrific. I think it's the 13th year now, and they're looking at maybe doing a retrospective film of their own that would sort of capture some of the historic events there. Coast Film Festival was terrific. And then I did want to make mention, and my former council member, Tony Eisman, who's here, will appreciate this. SACWA has now released the request for proposals to look at the redoing of the coastal treatment plant and options for reducing outfall to the ocean as part of that. There's a number of alternatives being looked at, so there'll be more on that coming up, but we took that step, and I knew council would want to be briefed on that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Great, thank you. Congratulations on that. It's exciting about SACWA announcement, Bob. Yeah, very much. Jack Johnson concert was amazing. Coast Film Festival was awesome, the nights that I could make it. And the work that the museum did on art and nature was truly incredible. As Sue mentioned, the police department swearing in ceremony was great. I attended a library walkthrough with some county representatives to explore some remodel and refresh opportunities. Had a Coastal Greenbelt Authority meeting. I did attend the library luncheon over at C'est La Vie. Met with Sue Kemp and Amy Calvert on a real estate and economic downtown issue. Joanna from Visit Laguna and Brittany from the Chamber, just to discuss some collaborative efforts between the two entities. Had a stewardship meeting, met with David Browning regarding some issues surrounding the pump track and not the pump track, the trail systems, I'm sorry. And as far as ways to they could integrate and be work with some of the other open space managers to manage the trails as efficiently as possible. We had a revenue ad hoc meeting, retail consultant meeting, and Bob and I met with LCAD to discuss some of their future plans and some potential solutions and opportunities. And as Bob mentioned, we did kick off the Land Trust meeting yesterday, very exciting. And I think that there's going to be a lot of exciting things to come out of that group. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was honored to speak at our annual Veterans Day event, which is always such a so well done. And I think that, as council members, all of us have an obligation to do what we can to support, veterans and those who have served our country to guarantee our freedoms. I was I also spoke at Dawn Price, who's retiring as executive director from the Friends Shelter, at her going away party, and recognizing all that she was involved with. I think people don't appreciate the extent to which, in the under prior Supreme Court precedent, we had an issue where Heisler Park essentially was a tent city, and because of her collaboration with the city, we were able to figure out how to put together the ASL, and that allowed us to enforce our anti-camping laws. And so appreciate all of her contributions. I was involved in remarrying for a couple who've been married for 40 years for another 40 years. It's unclear if I have the legal authority to do that as mayor. There's open questions, but the good thing is it's a remarriage, so I think I won't get in trouble with the city attorney for that, but we'll see. Earlier this month, Proposition 50 passed, which, as many of you know, involved changing the districts. Just from Laguna's perspective, we will have the same congressional representation, so that will not change our representation, in case anyone was wondering. I also had an interesting meeting with the Orange County Power Authority with their executive team, and I'm going to be bringing forward an item at the end of the meeting to have a study session. I know this has been a topic that's been on our agenda, and there's been discussion in the past, so I'm going to be bringing that forward at the end of the meeting for a future agenda item. And then, I can't say enough about how great the Coast Film Festival and the Jack Johnson concert was. I really appreciate the collaboration from the Festival of the Arts to make that event happen. I spoke at the Festival of the Arts annual meeting, and just so grateful for all the work that they do on the pageant, and looking forward to hopefully more live music at the Irvine Boulder. Sue and I will update the council and everyone else on the next steps at some point. And then finally, I think at the end of the day, our job is focusing on the things that only the city can control. And in this case, it's the water district, where we were able to, thanks to the rights that were resecured in 2016, our water rights, the groundwater basin. I was honored to be involved in a signing ceremony at Crystal Cove, which is the border between Newport Beach and Laguna Beach, to sign an agreement with to co-develop a well in the city of Fountain Valley with Newport Beach. And so I think this is just a big deal in terms of our future water reliability, and it'll cut ratepayer costs by $800,000 a year. So very grateful for all the work of our water district team, as well as the cities of Newport Beach and Fountain Valley for making that happen. And then before we go to the consent calendar, I just want to, if anyone's here for the appeals, what we're going to do is we'll give the opportunity for people to pull items from the consent calendar. And then after we pull those, approve the consent calendar, while we wait for those items to be heard on consent, what we're going to do is consider the continuances on the 4 appeals. So just some housekeeping items. So with that, let's move to our consent calendar. I believe so I'll pull item 13. Or council, are there any items that you would like to pull from the consent calendar? 13. Okay, do any members of the public want to pull an item from the consent calendar? No. Okay, so what I would do is I would move the balance of the consent calendar with the exception of item 13.
Second.
On favor? Okay, so seconded by Sue. On favor?
Aye.
And then just to be clear, that includes the memo from Ms. Brannigan.
Yeah.
Bannigan, sorry.
Yes. Good, okay. So before we go to item 13, what we're going to do is let's consider the 4 appeals. So we're going to try to do this quickly. So public hearing, appeal A, design review board approval of related to 1813 Temple Hills Drive. The recommendation here is to, so Madam City Attorney, what's the recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, the both parties on that appeal requested a continuance. And so we recommend a one-time continuance for that matter. I think they requested January, and the community development team is here to talk about dates for those.
Yes, thank you. City staff is recommending a continuance to December 9th for now. with the understanding that that appeal will be then continued to a meeting in the month of January. City staff is still coordinating on that date. And so at this time, it is staff's intention to continue the matter to December 9th, not to consider the merits of the appeal on that date, but to continue it one additional time to a meeting in January. We have a couple of appeals that were filed yesterday afternoon. Staff is coordinating a possible special meeting of the City Council in the month of January to consider up to 3 appeal items.
Got it. Okay, so the recommendation is to continue it to December 9th, and potentially at that time, we would decide at a later date.
That is correct.
Got it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is open the public hearing on this item. Does anyone want to speak on Appeal A? We'll close the public hearing. Let's bring it back to the council. I would move that we continue this item to December 9th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Kemp. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're going to consider Appeal B, which is related to it. Community Development Director designee's approval of design review for an elevated deck addition at 31421 Holly Drive. What's the recommend? So is the recommendation here, it looks like, to December 9th as well?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's open the public hearing. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? No? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council. I would move that we continue this item to December 9th.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, seconded by Councilmember Whalen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're going to move to Appeal C, which is design review board approval at 31526 Valito Road. And the recommendation is that still to continue this to January 13th?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so let's open the public hearing on this item. Any members of the public, do any members of the public wish to speak? No? Okay, let's bring it back to the council. I'll move that we continue this item to January 13th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Kemp. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then now Appeal D, which is Design Review Board approval of an item at 31731 Sea Cove Drive, and staff is the recommendation still continue it to January 27th, 2026?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to open the public hearing on this item. Any members of the public wish to speak? Now is your time to do so. We'll close the public hearing, and I would move that we continue this item to January 27th, 2026.
Second.
Seconded. Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Good. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the item that we pulled from the consent calendar, which is item 13, first reading of an ordinance related to the building code update. So do we want a high-level staff report here?
Yeah, let me introduce it a little bit and also introduce our new Deputy Director in Community Development, Gabe Linares. Gabe will be here with Robert Montagami and then Matt Schneider, our Community Development Director. And the reason I pulled this is I do recall Councilmember Jones asked me a good question about how the building code updates relate to a concept called Zone Zero. And you guys have been briefed a little bit on Zone Zero before, in that it requires non-combustible materials within 5 feet of the house, or sorry, no combustible materials within 5 feet of the house. So I thought maybe you could give a kind of a high-level overview of that, and with a focus on that issue, and then council members' questions are welcomed.
Okay.
And welcome, Gabe.
Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome, Gabe.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Gabriel Linares, Deputy Director of Community Development. So that's a great question. Thank you for the question. So Zone Zero versus the 25 California codes. So Zone Zero was actually a California Assembly Bill 3074. Assembly Bill 3074 was adopted and approved by the governor back in 2020. So that implemented or mandated an ember-resistant defensible space within 0 to 5 feet from all structures in an area designated in a very high fire hazard severity zone. I have some slides, and I apologize for not bringing it up, but in essence, you have an existing house, and 5 feet within that area, you would have to have a clear burn area, so nothing combustible can be built. Then they had a Zone 1 and a Zone 2 area. So the goal was to implement by the end of 2025. But there's a final rule making that needs to be established by the State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, which is due at the end of this year. Once that ruling has come into effect, then immediately after that, we would have to implement it. Now, how does that relate or that correlate with the building codes? The building codes that we are adopting today will have a new part that really establishes the guidelines by merging the items from the building code and the fire code into one part 7 that will lay the groundwork for the enforcement of these new regulations. So immediately after we do the adoption of this code, it would go into effect sometime in January. And then the new regulations for Zone 0 will be established by that time. Now, how we implement it is up to the local jurisdiction, and we will probably bring back the item with the fire department for our implementation for citywide. Now, the California building codes go into effect immediately in January with our local amendments. That will affect every new building. So every new building will be essentially complying with the Zone 0 requirements because it's already built into the California codes that we're adopting. The phasing of the existing homes and making those comply will essentially be a 3-year phase implementation process that hasn't been developed yet, but it's under development to the state and will be rolled out later at the end of this year, maybe early 2026. Does that make sense?
Councilmember Whalen.
Yeah, I think it does make sense. I mean, if you read some of the reports, so it's questionable as to whether they're even going to get to a point of adopting a Rule 0, notwithstanding they've missed deadlines before. I guess it's really a difficult decision. But one did just, when you said new construction will comply with it, and I think I think this is right, but in addition, in our code, major remodels would have to comply as well as.
That is correct.
That's under new construction.
Right.
Okay.
All our local amendments will be adopted with this code. So major remodels would also have to comply with the 2025 code, which embeds the Part 7, which is the WUI code, which will make you compliant.
In Zone 0.
With Zone 0, correct, for all new buildings or major remodels, correct.
Thank you for that. That was really helpful, and welcome to Laguna. The reason that I brought this up with Dave is I have real concerns about the impacts of Zone 0 on our existing homes, particularly, but also on new construction and major redevelopment. So obviously, fire safety has to come first, but what I'm understanding from you is nothing in what we're voting on tonight changes our obligation in terms of being Zone 0 compliant, right? Zone 0 compliance comes in January 2026, and how we implement it is going to be a more robust discussion at the council level. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do think this is a great topic for January or February because again, I think there's so much interaction between Zone 0 and design review for new projects, especially as Robert was explaining to me, applying to the high. There's 3 designations: moderate, high, and very high. Zone 0 clearly will start to apply to high and very high. And when folks at home, you can look at this. You should look at this from your. Just Google California's very high fire hazard severity zones and find out where your house is. And when I look at that map, I think it goes way too far into central Laguna Beach. That's just my own opinion. But we didn't have a lot of choice in any of that. In fact, the only thing we could do is make it worse. So please look at it and know that we need to, I think we really need to have a conversation about this starting in January, February. And again, thank you guys, especially, I didn't give you a lot of heads up I was going to do this, but it was a great question by Councilmember Jones.
No, very good question, and I agree with Councilmember Whalen. You never know with the state. They'll maybe push out the dates because they didn't implement enough items. So it might be pushed out for later in 2026, maybe 2027. We don't know yet. Thank you.
Councilmember Kempf.
Robert, the fire safe communities that we have that have been certified we have 5 more kind of in flight. So they're all considering the 0 to 5 in their They pretty much have to, right?
Yes, that's
In order to become a fire safe community. So we have like one big neighborhood up in Arch Beach Heights. We have the terraces and we have, what's the other one involved? The third one we have?
It's Emerald Bay. It's not.
Oh, it's Emerald Bay. Thank you. That was really good. City clerk, she's on it, man. But we have five other in progress. So we're making pretty good strides with that program. And you can you may be able to get a discount on your insurance if you follow suit. So it's interesting. If you're living in a neighborhood that is not a fire safe community, you should look forward to doing that because it's a good thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So how does this work if someone is going through the planning process? Is it if they submit their first building plan check, are they able to be by the end of December? Does that mean that they fall under the current building code before this is adopted? How does that work?
That is correct. So if you submit your projects prior to January 1st, then you are grandfathered in the pre-existing codes of 2022, meaning that you don't have to implement the 2025, which includes the Zone 0 requirements.
And there's other components of the update to the building code as well that are part of this, right?
So there was an assembly bill that was passed by Governor Newsom that put a moratorium on any amendments
Going forward.
But
I guess my point is that somebody could hypothetically be working on their construction drawings under the 2022 building code where they need to be doing it unless they can get their first submittal in before the end of December, they should be thinking about 2025. So are we doing outreach to applicants to make sure that they understand, how this change, which again, as you pointed out, will not have to happen again until 2031, will impact them?
We will be doing outreach, and the code's on a 3-year update cycle. So thankfully, the design community is pretty familiar with the process. It does put a little bit of strain on staff and the design community because we get a rush before the end of the year, but we're gearing up for that.
Good. Thank you.
To follow up on that point, if we look, I want to make sure, if we look at the page 6 and then page 7 of the staff report, to me, there was a bit of a disconnect there. I just want to make sure we're all locked in on the date. Bottom of page 6 says any project submitted for plan check prior to January 1, 2026 may continue under the provisions of the 22 code. But top of page 7 says the 2025 fire code and proposed amendments will apply to all new construction projects submitted for plan check 30 days after the second reading and adoption of the ordinance. That's going to be a different date. That's going to be like January 9th or something, right? Because our second reading's December 9th. So are we clear on, are we talking January 1 cutoff, or are we talking 30 days after the adoption of the ordinance?
January 1 is a cutoff for implementing the new 2025 code. So the state adopts it no matter what. All jurisdictions in the city in California have to enforce the 2025 building codes. The local amendments will come in, as you mentioned, 30 days after our second reading. So there'll be a little bit of a gap there. It's not going to be a problem, I don't think. And we have some leeway there where we can make some interpretations.
So the 2025 code is effective January 1.
Correct.
Our local amendments, not until January 9 because of the second reading.
Correct.
We're going to have a little gap there.
Correct, Councilman, but if I may, once again, going back to that, the state law, we weren't allowed to create any new amendments regardless. So for all intents and purposes, it's going to be the exact same thing.
Okay, got it. All right.
I can just add one quick clarification, which is typically the types of things that we would be doing between that January 1st and January 9th would be ministerial that would only be subject to the California Building Code to begin with. Our turnaround times for entitlements would obviously be much longer.
Yeah, and it sounds like you got it on. I just didn't want somebody to argue, well, I turned it in January 4th and I get grandfathered on everything, right? So
see that happening. Okay.
I think the mayor's suggestion is a good one. Make it clear to folks.
Absolutely. Okay, good. So let's go to, let's have public comment on this. It's an ordinance, so I guess I'll open the public hearing on this.
So
Go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, it's actually just a regular agenda item this time. It's funky, as a legal term. We will have a public hearing on it at the next meeting because codes that we adopt by reference or incorporation, actually the law requires that the second time we read it is actually the public hearing. So we'll just do regular public comment for tonight.
So we'll open public comment on this item, and we look forward to the public hearing next time. So if you want to speak on this item, now is your time to do so. No? Okay, so we're going to close public comment, bring this back to council.
I did have a couple follow-up questions. So on bottom of page 13, there's some highlighted in black line language about establishing restrictive time limitations for building permits. Is that new to our code? Is that why it's highlighted? And I mean, I think it's a good thing because we've had some situations where building permits have gone on literally for 8 or 10 years.
yes, that's an administrative item. So it's allowed to be incorporated. And I think, as you mentioned, it's good to have that language in there so that we can give the flexibility to really be a little more convincing to the contractor to finish the project on a timely manner and not prolong it to 15, 20 years as you see in other cities.
So, because we see this in our city right now, are you saying that we don't have this provision right now and we're adding it?
No, it is in the code currently.
Oh,
but even if it wasn't administratively, you could add it in. So
Okay, I thought it was maybe new because it was highlighted.
That's what I
but
thought.
That's fine. The second question, and this comes up on page 29. So this is talking about materials. The code applies to building material systems or assemblies used in exterior design and construction, and it has to comply with all these various requirements. Question, and there's an exception for minor repairs, which is probably good. But what about historic structures? I mean, a lot of times the materials there, have to meet Secretary of Interior standards and so on. And I don't know that they match this. So what do we do with historic materials on historic buildings?
Well, that's a great question. So we have an alternate means and methods that's authorizes the building official and fire department to make different approvals as long as they're equivalent. So in a historic building, we also have the historic building code that kind of would trump some of the requirements in some circumstances. But fire life safety, we'd work with the applicant to get alternate means and methods.
Okay, thank you.
So that, one of the things that we've talked about, we haven't really gotten to a good conclusion on it, but is it adaptive reuse and the idea that there would be alternative means and methods? So, with the AB 130, we couldn't implement a new building code that could implement something like that. But what you're saying is that perhaps with alternative means and methods, there'd be a way to achieve, convert an office building into housing, even if it didn't meet all the requirements that you would have for new construction. That's what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
okay.
Correct.
Cool. Thank you. Other questions from council? Good. Okay. So is there a motion?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second that. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And welcome
Thank
again.
you.
to Laguna.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Okay. We made it through our consent calendar right at 6 o'clock. Do we need a break, council, or we're going to keep going? Let's keep going. Okay, so business item 18, adoption of an official city flag. Mr. City Manager, should I turn this over to you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anne Marie, if you could call up my presentation. Okay, next slide, please. So in brief, we don't appear to have an official city flag, and should we? So that's the question tonight. There are various concepts that I'll show you, and then the North American Vexillological Society's 5 principles, and then some options for moving forward. And no, I didn't know that was a word either. So next slide, please. So this is what I'm referring to as the 2013 Cooper flag. Chad's here. Thank you for being here, Chad. This was presented, I had to learn this because I watched the old tape of, from 2013 when the council, including Councilmember Eisman and Councilmember Whalen was there, had the presentation, and I think this was well received, but we can't find where anything further would have memorialized anything. So thus this question. So next slide. There are other things that people have brought up to me too, and this was in, Anne Marie found this from the minutes of a council meeting of May 18th, 1977, when the city was about to celebrate its 50-year anniversary. And you see in there, it says the city's official flag will be unveiled, or is it unfolded, and the winner of the flag contest will be announced at that time, along with a giant birthday cake, and a whole $505 spent on it, which I thought was pretty cool. So I don't know, Anne Marie was looking at this too. I don't know if this was the one they considered or not. It looks more like a sketch.
That was the only picture I could find
Yeah.
in files. It's apparently in an old cookbook from
Ah.
the city, and I didn't buy a copy of that old cookbook.
Anyway, good. This is a good flashback 50 years ago. Next slide, please. And then people have talked about the resurrecting the mermaid seal there, and this is a pic, which was a city seal, not a city flag. So next slide, please. So again, the NAVA group, which is the world's largest organization of flag enthusiasts and scholars, say they have 5 principles. 1, keep it simple so the child could draw it from memory, use meaningful symbolism to the community, just 2 or 3 basic colors, no lettering or seals, and be distinctive or be related, so which avoids duplicating other flags, but use similarities to show connections. Next slide, please. So your options for moving forward, I think, are you could ask us to return with a resolution that adopts the Cooper flag, direct a process with a timeline for additional concepts that could maybe look at an ad hoc committee following the NAVA 5 principles, and then return within a short period of time, not years, but months. Next slide, please. I think that's it. Yeah, I'm going to kick that back to you. And feel free to chastise the person who brought this forward, me, because I really didn't want to do a big kerfuffle about this. But I think the community dialogue has really been interesting.
Well, it's also kind of my fault because, when we were preparing for this signing ceremony at Crystal Cove with Newport Beach, they said, we're bringing our city flag. Are you going to bring your city flag? And then, I thought I assumed we had a city flag. And then I called Beckett, who I always go to on everything. And she said, I don't think we have a city flag. And then I reached out to Anne Marie, and that connected me with Cooper. And anyway, so I apologize as well. So it's for bringing this whole thing up. I didn't think it would be, but anyway, it's a good discussion, and I feel like there is it seems like a city should have its an official city flag. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, and looking forward to hearing all the public input on this item. Any questions from council? Okay, so let's open public comment on this. Who would like, so please come forward. Thank you.
Do you remember from 2013?
I do actually, but I was thinking that looked more comfortable.
And sorry, I called you Cooper, but Chad Cooper. I apologize.
Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you in person.
I wrote down a couple of things. I just got back into town last night, so I was not prepared for this one. My name's Chad Cooper. I've been in town for about 40 years. I'm a woodworker, carpenter. I had a business called Tongue and Groove for 10 years. It was a furniture store. Let's see. I coached AYSO in Laguna for a long time. I was in the pageant when I was a kid. I delivered pizza for BJ's and Jules when I was young. I built sawdust booths. I marched and saved the canyon. I did the Grunion Run at Main Beach. I cheered all my friends at the Brook Street Open. I love Laguna, just like all you guys do. It's in my blood. I came here tonight to say a few words about the flag. Let me turn on my iPad. Let's see. Okay. A long time ago, my father asked me to send him a Laguna Beach flag. He lived on the East Coast. I said I would try to find one. I later found out there was no such thing. I couldn't believe it. I strongly felt in an art colony should have a flag. So I started coming to many city council meetings and asking about the idea. In the beginning, they felt it was really of no importance, but after much persistence and knowing that I was kind of an artist myself, I was asked to take on the task by the council. You probably saw that. Actually, you probably didn't see that. That was like a year or two before the presentation. I was surprised but honored. The process was long and expensive. I did extensive research on the history of Laguna Beach and flag design. The concept was born from the thoughts of hundreds of local people. I'd be happy to explain that if you want to ask. A couple years later, I presented I presented the flag to the city council, and people applauded. The flag has deep meaning and fully represents Laguna Beach. It also abides by vexillology, international guidelines. That flag that you have up there, that there was the contest, that doesn't abide by the guidelines because it has a flag within a flag. Just let you know. Let's see. A few days ago, Mayor Alex Renagi contacted me and asked me for a couple flags. I gladly dropped them off to City Hall. He needed them for an event happening in Newport Beach. He said that it was wonderful and had some good news. He wanted to make the flag official. I was happy to hear this, but it's not the first time. I've heard that one before. Laguna Beach city officials have been using the flag for over a decade at events at their home, etc. Kelly Boyd, Jane Egley, Verna Rollinger, Katrina Foley, just most recently asked me for some. Since I presented the flag over a decade ago, it's taken on a life of its own. That flag is in over 3,000 homes in Laguna. It hung at the library, the Laguna Beach Visitor Center, the Independent and the Coastline newspaper did articles on it. KXFM has done talked a lot about it a lot. The Historical Society has a flag. They used to hang it out front, but I think somebody took it. It used to hang in the City Hall meeting room. If you Google it, it comes up. It's on Wikipedia. It's been on TV shows. It's in a book about the coastal town flags. All 3 entrances to Laguna Beach have a flag. Laguna Beach Magazine, the Sawdust, the Playhouse, most of the important historical homes in Laguna have that flag hanging outside. The list goes on and on. People from our sister city in Mentone, France, Sweden, Australia, Canada, Cuba, Indonesia, Nepal, NASA headquarters, the Arch in St. Louis, New York City Marathon, a swimming race to Catalina, and the protests at Main Beach have all posted their own pictures on the internet with the flag. In closing, we really don't need a contest for something that already exists. This flag is ingrained in our local culture. The locals have already enthusiastically embraced it. Hopefully you guys will too. So the only reason they didn't do it before is because there was a monetary discrepancy about it. I gifted it to the city, but they were talking to me about, well, how would you sell it and all this stuff? And I said, I don't care. You guys can have it. I made it for you. I didn't do it for profit. I just wanted the city to have it. So that was a little issue back then. That's about it. If you guys have any questions for me, I can answer.
Any questions? Thank you. And thank you for the flags for the ceremony. I appreciate that.
Oh, hey, glad to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I basically give the flags away. I've funded this out of my own pocket for over 10 years. I have them made and I'll give them to anybody who wants it. If any of you guys want a flag, I got a truckload of them out there.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So, all right. Thank
Good.
you.
Thanks. Okay. Next speaker, please. Getting some legislative history, Councilmember Eisman.
Good evening. When I heard that there is going to be a Laguna Beach flag, I thought we would make sense to use a tradition that we have in the community, and that's to go to LCAD, Laguna Beach College of Art and Design, and offer an award for a student who's going to school there. because this flag's going to have legs. I mean, it's going to be in town for a long time. And we have students from all over the country and who would benefit greatly from, let's just say, $250 award for being selected. So many of the things that we have, have some kind of oversight by the Arts Commission or something like that. And so I think something as significant as a Laguna Beach flag should go through some kind of order with the Arts Commission or the council and so forth. So please consider LCAD for a contest to find our flag.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sometimes we shouldn't complicate something that's so obvious. It should be Chad's flag.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Public comment ever.
Hi, Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. Family's been resident of Laguna since the late 1940s. Name's Nick Aronoff, by the way. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask the city not adopt the Cooper flag. I think it was noted by the former city clerk back in the 1980s. I know there's lots of different stories on what happened back when they found out there wasn't a flag, but there was a design competition. I guess it was lost to being loaned to the county. It's been very fun doing all this research on Laguna Beach flag, which I know Mr. Cooper mentioned that he did a little over 10 years ago. But, we didn't adopt anything new. We owe it to our community to locate that original design documented, just like the one that you found in the book. I saw that book online for eBay. It's like $80. I was like, no. So thank you for finding that photo. We should document it if that's the one, honor the public process that created it back in the 1980s. And with the Cooper flag, it's very well intentioned. It's great that we're able to sell something in town that can go as an unofficial flag. It includes the phrase artistic freedom, which isn't really a motto with any historic significance in town. Symbolic connection to Laguna, I guess, artistic, or being an art colony. Hasn't appeared on any signage or seal or official materials. And the only historical identifiers we really have are which is in our seal. It says home of the Festival of the Arts and the Pageant of the Masters. We also have it, I believe, in the three entries of town on the wooden welcome to Laguna Beach, saying home of the Festival of the Arts and Pageant of the Masters. Those phrases are the phrases that have represented Laguna for nearly a century. And also third, like the city manager Kiff mentioned, there's this North American Vexillological Association with the 5 principles. Keep it simple, meaningful, like as mentioned, using 2-3 basic colors. And a lot of cities have done that around town, and it's I have a copy here, or around the country. And that's also something, as we acknowledge that those guidelines often push cities towards modern, minimalistic flags that can end up looking indistinguishable from each other. And in the city's report, it mentioned the Yorba Linda redesign as a good example. And I think we would all agree that Laguna Beach is not Yorba Linda and shouldn't be following that this vexillological thing. But we're not that kind of city. We're not defined by minimalist stripes, abstract shapes. We have history, we have character, culture, and as a former council member, Ms. Eisman said, we can put it up for all of the residents to give opportunities to design something new. We shouldn't be guided by some principles from some, association that has no connection to Laguna. So I hope that we can, keep this open for to invite public input and have a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Any other speakers on the flag? No. Okay. Let's bring this back to the council. Who wants? If there's a question, but otherwise so let's bring it back to the council. You want to start, Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure. Well, I want to first thank Chad. The reason we're here tonight is because of you. And I congratulate your ambitions early on. And I think it shows the spirit of the creative culture in Laguna Beach to step forward and, not follow just the standard, kind of train of thought. And I just thank you for that. With that said, I do understand that there is a desire amongst different community members. This is very difficult for me because of the some of the emails that we have received, and I certainly understand some of the ideas that people have brought forward, and some of their ideas. But regardless of how this goes, I still think that your flag will be greatly appreciated. I myself have two. I've purchased one and I received one for a gift, and I really appreciate it. And I just want you to know that it's greatly appreciated. And I'd like to hear what my other council members have to say regarding their opinions.
Well said. It's very in tune with the history of Laguna. When you see a problem, that you creatively go and spend the time to come up with a flag design, and so I appreciate that as well. Councilmember Jones, you want to go next?
I don't, but I will. It's really hard for me because, I know Mr. Cooper and have so much respect for the work that you've done and this amazing thing that you created out of your own initiative. And it means something. It means something to this town. That said, I think, we do have an opportunity with our centennial coming up to think about whether this is the best representation of the city moving forward. Yeah, that's where I am.
Councilmember Whalen, you were involved in 2013?
Yeah, I think I do recall Chad being here. I do want to thank him for stepping forward and creating something that I think is represents certainly a common image in the city. I think there have been some really kind of unkind emails that have come in relative to the flag. I think it's a nice rendition, and art is not always not every universally liked by all, but I think this has been a good representation for us. But typically we as a city do, for lots of things we do competitions, or we do, requests for proposals. We look at, a range of things, and we ask people to make a choice amongst a number of different alternatives. So I think, having a process where there's a choice, which I think should include this flag, is probably worthwhile.
Councilmember Kempf?
No, I like Chad's design, and I can appreciate how much work you've done on it. And the fact that you're just distributing it to everybody is pretty amazing. You don't often see that. Yeah, I think we should, I think since we have our 100 year coming up, it should reflect, I don't know, in some way, our 100 years. It's a pretty big deal for a city. So, I kind of agree with Tony, because we have LCAD to do some designs. I'm the liaison to the Arts Commission, so we routinely do this. We review art that, the banners that go up on the streets, the public art you see all over town, the, temporary art installations that we do on the grass here in front of City Hall. So I think that's be my choice, is to get some more examples from the artist community. It doesn't have to be LCAD either. It can be anybody. And the Arts Commission can review it, including Chad's work. So
okay,
that's where I am.
And regardless with what happens, this flag will not be forgotten. I believe it has a lot of traction and is appreciated by many, and will continue to be used regardless.
Yeah, so I really appreciate Chad, working on this and coming up with a flag. I think it sounds like there's consensus up here, which I think makes sense, because if we were to just adopt this tonight, I think there would be issues because there wasn't, a process. So it seems like maybe the best approach would be, and we have a council ad hoc committee that could figure out what the right process would be of who, maybe a panel of judges from the community. I think we certainly should consider Chad's flag as part of that, and then maybe come back with some sort of a recommended process for how we go about engaging the community and engaging all the relevant stakeholders.
Would it make more sense for that to be the Arts Commission rather than the subcommittee?
I don't think so. I think it needs to be a broader, community
Okay.
discussion. And so I think maybe they would be involved and that would be the recommendation. But I think we should kind of look at what how we engage all elements of the community and then, come back with a recommendation for a process.
If they do that, they get artist submissions all the time from local artists, but we don't need to overcomplicate it. My personal opinion, the people in the Arts Commission, the meetings are public. They're very good. They have a good discerning eye. You can tell that by all the quality of public art we have. That's what I would do. It's just a simpler process. Otherwise, we're going to have to get nominations. Who's going to serve on the panel? Who doesn't get to serve?
But
And
it
it
just
just gets
seems-
awkward.
Yeah, I guess I'm open to that. It just seems like we want a broader swath of the community would be my preference. I don't know. What do you think, Mark or Bob?
Are there limits to what the Art Commission can consider? Do they have criteria that this would have to fall under? So it could encompass what Alex is referring to as.
Yeah, so maybe they could come up with like a kind of a proposed because I think I want it to come. What I don't want is a situation where they go down a path and then that path leads to everyone having issues with the process and then they come to the council. So maybe if Arts Commission comes up with a recommended process that comes to us and then we go from there. I just don't want to be talking about this in 100 years about the flag. So what do you think about that? Have the Arts Commission work with staff and
Seems reasonable to me.
to come up with a proposed process
Yeah.
for how, because I do think I want other people beyond the Arts Commission who are involved with this.
Mhm.
That'd be my,
But you want it done before our 200-year anniversary.
that's my goal. For this not to turn in, yeah.
We'd like it for our 100-year. That's a very good point.
Because I do like how like in Yorba Linda, they had like people from the Historical Society, they had people from the Women's Club, Arts Alliance, Visual. So I
And
guess
that goes a bit to Bob's point. I think what happened, we have these various competing things in town, right? We have environment and then of course the arts and sometimes we compete with one another.
that's how I see it. So,
We're going to do that. I nominate you to be in charge. of
well,
the-
I have
the
to because it's
resident
my
committee.
fault. So why
Resident
don't,
committee.
Sue, why don't you and I work with the Arts Commission and come back with a recommended process?
Okay, we'll do that.
And then we'll bring that to the council. We'll see, because I want to have a process that everyone agrees on. So then
Well, not everyone's going to agree on the process.
no, but
so
at
let's
least
just leave it at that.
established process. So I'd move that we have myself and Councilmember Kemp work with the Arts Commission, come back to the council with a proposed process to engage the community in, a process for how we figure out our flag ahead of the 100th year anniversary.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can we do a quick break?
Yeah, let's do a quick break. seats. Okay. Where's Mark? Okay. So now we are going to consider item 19, Ocean Avenue and Beach Street improvements.
So I'll start as the
Go ahead.
staff's getting that ready. This is very much related to your study session discussion. This is the item where you folks did ask that there be some traffic analysis of making Lower Ocean a one-way street. We talk about that in the staff report. And then Pierre and Alpha are going to make the presentation. I think this is Alpha's first presentation to you, but longtime employee. We're glad to have Alpha with us.
Good. Looking forward to it. Please go ahead, Alpha and Pierre.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alpha Santos Ginto. I am a Public Works project manager, and I'm the project manager for the Ocean Avenue and Beach Street Improvements Project. Tonight, I'll be presenting item number 19 for the said project, and I will start off my presentation. I wanted to provide the historical context for Lower Ocean Avenue as a one-way street. Historically, there have been several studies that recommended the conversion of Lower Ocean Avenue to a one-way street from Beach Street to the South Coast Highway to increase parking. There were recommendations for its conversion in 2006 and 2013 as listed in the slide. And in 2014, the implementation of the 2013 parking management plan included phased implementation of converting some of the parallel parking on Lower Ocean Avenue to angled parking. In 2018, council considered the conversion with a traffic study as part of the Downtown Coast Highway Intersection Improvement Project. And in 2019, council approved the one-way conversion as a trial program. Unfortunately, it was not implemented due to the pandemic and the implementation of the promenade on Forest Avenue. SWA Group prepared concept exhibits for the Ocean Avenue and Beach Street Streetscapes Improvements Project earlier this year. And the concept included the possible one-way conversion of Lower Ocean Avenue as shown on the slide. The conversion would remove existing eastbound through lanes. It would convert the westbound approach at Coast Highway to include a dedicated right turn pocket into South Coast Highway. It would also convert existing parallel parking stalls to angled parking stalls, creating a positive of an addition of 8 parking stalls. And it would also include the installation of bulb outs at the intersections and crosswalks. So the city hired KOA to update the 2018 one-way traffic study to reflect current vehicle and pedestrian circulations. The traffic counts were performed on Saturday, September 13 this year. So it was still a pretty busy summer season, starting from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 4 study locations along South Coast Highway on Broadway Street, Ocean Avenue, Park Avenue, and Laguna Avenue. The traffic study used the traffic counts and the traffic signal timing to perform the level of service analysis. And the table in the slide shows the existing level of service results as existing, shown as without project delay, and with the conversion shown as with project delay. The third column, titled as change, summarizes the very little to no change in level of service between the two situations. All 4 study locations along South Coast Highway are expected to continue to operate in its current level of service, whether or not Lower Ocean Avenue is converted to a one-way street. And the surrounding roadways, such as Beach Street and Glenary Street, may experience increases in delay, but are unlikely to cause and experience major deterioration in operations in downtown as a whole. And that brings us to our verbal report about the Ocean Avenue and Beach Street improvements town hall summary. A town hall to discuss the concept plan was held at council chambers here on November 4th. Approximately 12 members of the public, that also included some business owners, attended, and 2 emails were received outside of the town hall. The Q&A from the town hall has been posted to the project website as well. Shown here is a summary of comments and concerns received that City Council may want to know about. The public was concerned about the circulation impacts of the one-way conversion. All comments received were against the conversion of Lower Ocean Avenue. And there were concerns about the increase of traffic on surrounding surface streets and concerns of vehicles cutting through private parking lots and or alleys. The public was also concerned about the impacts of the bump outs. They were concerned about bump outs impacting parking, causing vehicles to pass through private lots as well. And they've also brought out concerns about large vehicle sizes that force more instances of double parking, causing traffic backups. And they also brought out the need to consider these larger vehicles or large turning radii, and we will consider that during final design. There was also a potential concern about increased loitering at bump out locations.
Increased loitering where?
Where there would be bump outs.
Oh, okay.
Yes. There were also discussions about the concept tree selection. The concept plan suggested evergreens that don't seasonally shed leaves for cleaner streets. Magnolia trees were suggested by the public and are being considered. Alternate types of palm trees were suggested for those proposed palm trees on Coast Highway. Shop owners also shared their concerns about tree heights and tree canopies potentially blocking their store signage. Other subjects of concern that were brought up that are not part of these categories were including the addition of lighting improvements to the project. We also received feedback regarding tree well materials, and in conjunction with comments received from today's earlier study session, staff will continue to explore options during the design phase of this project. The public also requested for more opportunities to provide their comments and concerns about this project. Construction timing was also a very large concern for businesses, with construction being planned in the 4th quarter of 2026. Currently, this is the project progress is as follows. The physical survey of Ocean Avenue and Beach Street has been completed. The consultant is creating accurate base maps for design to start. And the city currently has an independent third-party arborist to conduct a level 2 risk assessment of existing tree conditions. And that leads us to tonight's recommendations for the City Council. It is recommended for the City Council to receive this presentation from staff about the Lower Ocean Avenue one-way 2025 traffic study and a verbal report of the Downtown Action Plan Improvements Ocean Avenue Town Hall to discuss the results of the traffic study and provide direction for staff to for for possible improvements to the project and find that the action does not result in a physical change in the environment and therefore does not constitute a project at this point within the meaning of CEQA.
Great.
And thank you for listening.
Great presentation. Thank you. So it sounds like, just to summarize, the staff recommendation is based on the public feedback, and the recommendation is not to move forward with the one-way, keep it a two-way road.
I think with the information, this is Pierre Sawaya, Capital Program Manager. I think with the information provided tonight, we'd be seeking the direction from City Council with the information provided on the town hall results and also on the traffic study impacts performed in the fall.
Got it. And then are you looking for, so I guess it's a two-part question. So that's question one, and then question two would be, in either scenario, the goal is to make improvements, and you're looking for direction on that tonight, or is that or did the earlier meeting cover that?
Depending on council's direction tonight, we would want to seek that direction to implement into our design phase. So whether you choose a one-way study or not, we would take that forward and implement that as we carry out the design into next year.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, I think this is just just clarifying a little bit more what you said, Mayor Renagi, which is that basically you're asking for input on whether or not we want to pursue a one-way for Ocean Avenue, and that will be incorporated into the design that will then come back to us for the overall Ocean Avenue and Beach Street improvements. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Well, so we've got on page 4 of the staff report a visual, right, of certain proposed elements of design. Do you want feedback on those specific suggestions tonight?
Yeah, staff welcomes any feedback that council would like to provide. We can take that in, make note of it, and then work with our designer on implementing that.
Okay, do we have an ability to get that on the screen at some point for people to look at?
Yeah.
I'm not saying we have to do it right now, but at some point, I
think that's
think
a
that
good
could
idea.
go on the screen so people can see and we can walk through it.
Good. Okay, so I think let's open, unless there's further questions.
Yeah,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just kind of curious, before we did these studies. So I thought this was basically a dead issue because there wasn't a lot of support for it before when we talked about it. And then I kind of wish we wouldn't do a study. We just come back and see if there's interest in even doing it before it's kind of a surprise to me. Then I got a couple emails and I'm like, why is this coming up?
Well, I think we gave explicit direction for a study, and I don't know that doing a study is a bad thing. I think that we got a study, and we heard from the public, and now we'll hear more public testimony, and I look forward to that, and we'll go from there. But I don't think that we should be afraid of doing a study.
Well, it's just kind of a.
Well, and from staff's perspective, we really do want to go away and bring something back that you're interested in hearing about. So I don't think, I don't know that I was here at the time, but I don't think that direction was stop, don't even look at it. I think it's more, as the mayor was saying, we'd like it at least looked at so we can talk about it. So the more direct we are, you folks are tonight, the tighter the design will be.
I agree.
And just for the public's edification too, and I think Mr. Orgill mentioned this before, one of our main reasons for looking at Ocean at all, and I'm not talking about the one-way thing, is that to try to address some of the ADA and trip and fall issues that we found out there. So if folks ask, why are we doing this now? That's why. That's the why, is that, and so if we're going to be doing that work, we want to do it with a nice design and nice amenities in light of AB 413 too. Thanks.
Good. Again, great staff report on this. Okay. Let's open public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Ed Steinfeld, Voice of Laguna, and we've had the good fortune of having this radio station there on that corner for 2 years now. And in 2 years, every day, I see a dozen instances of people utilizing the wrong lane to make a left turn when traffic is backed up because there's pedestrians crossing in front of Board and Brew, that corner right there, and they're trying to make a right turn. I did include some visuals for us. So here we have someone, and the car behind them goes off into the wrong lane to make a left turn. On occasion, and during the summer, there are pedestrians who aren't paying attention, just walking across the street when that's happening. So those cars were making left turns. Now they were making it from the right lane, but from the incorrect lane. There's also the problem of Pacific Coast Highway traffic, where they're not supposed to make a left turn onto Ocean, making that left turn onto Ocean. I think I have that as well too. So let's see. That's a giant truck doing that. There's another couple of samples that I included, but I think the point is it's a safety issue. What happens is, and especially during the summer when one person is trying to make a right turn and you can't get past them, well, 7 or 8 cars back, there's always a person that's impatient. Normally it's a Tesla driver. I know we have some Tesla drivers on the council. That's why I said that. But normally they start with a honking and then they've just lost patience and they'll go 50 to 100 feet in the wrong lane to make that left turn. So it's a safety issue, and I'm fully in favor of turning Lower Ocean into a one-way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Thank you for thinking about Ocean Avenue and beautification. We really appreciate it. We have a store. My business partner and I are at 311 Ocean, so on the upper side. We had shown up to the meeting. The fourth quarter for us is busiest season, so first quarter would be so appreciated if you guys could move it to that. But in terms of the one way, with the promenade, which we have supported, coming from Coast Highway, now we're dealing with, as you know, Park Avenue and Broadway, both of which get really congested. So I think that making our street, Ocean, into one way will be really rough in the downtown. And I know that their studies have done, I don't personally, from working there every day, I don't agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. It seems to me that, in the search for additional parking, we're really only increasing, the parking's not a problem except for during peak demand. And peak demand is really in the summers, on weekends, maybe more than just on weekends, but the majority of the year, parking's not a problem. And so I don't think we should be spending more money to try and increase parking, particularly if we don't get any sort of offset in the residential neighborhoods, because that will just increase the total peak capacity of the town. And in my opinion, we're already at capacity. What I heard was that it would increase traffic, be additional expense. I think the ADA issues, I'm sensitive to, if we're going to spend money, we want to do it right to fix those issues per Mr. Kiff's comments. But I think we fix the issues that we have and we keep something that's not broken. Let's not fix it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ann Christoph, I was at that town hall meeting where the speakers were unanimously opposed to making it one way. And the main thing was touched on by the previous speaker, that the entrances to downtown now are more limited from Coast Highway because of the promenade closing off Forest. So you can, even if you want to turn right to get to downtown, it's Broadway or Laguna Avenue or somehow Park. And if I wasn't aware, you can't turn left from Coast Highway. So that makes it even more limited. But we have to have direct access to the downtown. It shouldn't be confusing or difficult for people to get into the heart of downtown. So that's why I opposed making it one way. Regarding the tree selection, that was covered in the Landscape Scenic Highways Plan. Then we had Planning Commission detailed studies of what should be planted on Ocean Avenue. We walked it with the planning commissioners. They all decided that magnolias would be a good infill plant because it was similar in texture and color to the ficus that had been removed. And so that was what was begun on Ocean Avenue. And SWA didn't consider either of those prior history decisions. So I think we should go back to what we resolved with the Planning Commission and stop reinventing what has already been decided. And I hope that this goes forward and makes nice improvements to Ocean Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for the report. I was at the previous city council meeting where this was originally discussed, where, as Councilmember Kemp said, that you maybe thought it was like a non-issue anymore, it wasn't being discussed. I remember the city manager mentioning that one way was a potential option. That wasn't the main thing. And also on the rendering, there were multiple different renderings of if we keep it a two-way, or if it's going to be a one-way. Tonight, we only saw the one-way. And that link used to be a really long PDF of multiple options with all the different changes to the safety of the sidewalk with the different trees and things like that. That wasn't shown tonight either. That wasn't even accessible. When I clicked the PDF, it was just this one graphic, which is a little frustrating when you're trying to get a full analysis because it was several months ago, the last city council meeting. Not to pick on the project manager, but she wasn't there at the town hall. I think you were out sick, which that happens, right? And it's easy to just move it to another night to get more input and to also have a discussion with the project manager. I'm glad that the one business owner was here as well. They were the only one that was here. They mentioned business owners. There was only one because they were the only one that knew about it because I know there's different ways of letting people know, but if we're going to make a major change like this, which is going to affect revenue for those stores and ability for residents to use the downtown, this should be something that we're really trying to get public input and really let people know. And I know it's hard to get a hold of everybody these days, but it's something that I don't think a lot of people really know about. Another thing, the last city council meeting, we mentioned this traffic study. And of course, it's done after Labor Day on one Saturday, and we're supposed to make a decision of whether or not that is a true representation of what that's going to do to traffic downtown. As someone who does use that downtown, I use the bank there, park there to go for walks on the beach. That is going to be an absolute traffic nightmare if it is a one-way street. Like mentioned at the town hall of last week, there's going to be people trying to make, or 2 weeks ago, like U-turns down the alley. You're going to go down looking for parking. Oh, it's not there. Now you're stuck in a long line trying to make a right onto PCH, make a right onto Broadway and go back around. You've got Whole Foods. You've got it's just, there's a lot of stuff to talk about there. And just one traffic study on a Saturday in September after Labor Day, I don't think that's going to cut it. And I would assume you guys agree with that as well. So it's just frustrating as a resident to see things a little out of order on the communication. They had said at the town hall they had not spoken to any business owner and even knocked on the doors to talk to them. That's kind of, scary to see because it makes you think about other projects going around town and if business owners are really involved. So I hope the council, as it sounds like, makes a recommendation to keep it a two-way and not a one-way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Robin Hall. I was at the workshop that we had earlier today, also at the November meeting. The question came up then, and it came up again at this council meeting tonight, is why are we even looking at this? And thank you, City Manager, for explaining that Mark Orgel came to you and said you wanted to look at the ADA issues on Ocean. And my question to you always being one, as you well know, looking at finances of the city and whether we can afford ourselves or not, what exactly are the ADA issues on Ocean Avenue? And has the correction of the ADA issues morphed into this redesign of Ocean Avenue when we're talking about redesigning the whole downtown? Ocean Avenue is a major street downtown for traffic for people that work and people trying to navigate downtown. So it seems, from my perspective, how much thought has really gone into this? The one-day study, as the previous speaker spoke about, is not a real study. That's just a point in time. We need to go more than one day. I'm totally against it becoming a one-way street. And as I said at the workshop, I actually went into the 3 banks and none of them knew about it. So from my perspective, what issue are we trying to correct? And when we talk about making corrections, as it was mentioned in the workshop, that we wanted to have a world-class downtown. Well, as a resident of Laguna Beach for 45 plus years, I'd like a downtown that I can use. It doesn't have to be world-class, but it has to offer me things as a resident that I want to use, and also that the tourists like to see. But first, I'd like to see things that are for me, and I don't necessarily need world-class, and I don't know how many residents need world-class. We're a small town. We have the ocean, so 180 degrees is gone. And so ingress and egress are things that we really do need to think about. We're worried about safety, and we're going to convert this to a one-way street and impede the, or decrease the width of the street with these bump outs. So I think a lot of concerns and maybe a little more thought on this, but back to the question of how did we get here?
Robin, I have a question for you. Robin, I have a question for you. So you said there's some things you'd like to see for residents. What would you like to see?
I'd like to see resident stores where we can go down and shop, just like the shoe store. I'd like to see a Notion store. I like the pharmacy. I like grocery stores. I like a better grocery store downtown, a little larger. What else would I like? I like the library. Put me on the spot here to kind of come up
Okay, I'm
immediately.
just trying to
but
put you on the spot. I'm just
yeah.
curious because, we're working with a retail consultant for
Mhm.
some of the vacancies that we have in town. Mark and I are working on that. That's why I was just curious of what your perspective was, because the other thing is we have to make sure when we get businesses in town that they're going to be viable here. And,
Sure.
they're concerned about that too. So I'm just trying to figure out like, what do residents need that would be viable here, versus things that we would just like to have that may not be.
Well, I think to answer your statement or question to me is that's what a city planner consultant does. And yes, all cities are facing vacancies. I've been traveling and I see them and I'm well aware because I'm well aware what's here. I go up to Santa Barbara, I've been different places and I'm looking at the vacancies. So Laguna is not alone, but our problem is the surrounding cities are vibrant and we're not. And so why are our businesses failing at a faster rate? And my concern too is as we talk about all this construction and tearing up downtown, that's going to destroy more small businesses. And Laguna Beach is all about community and we like the small business. That's the reason why people moved here. That's the reason why people come here. But earlier today, I think you were the one who made the comment about town looks disastrous. And after the meeting, I was right outside.
But it looks it doesn't look good, the best.
No, but if you come back and look at this window from the outside, right in front of City Hall, you guys need to paint this place, you need to patch, and there's empty planters right out there. So I'm going to invite everybody to take a look out there tomorrow. I was going to write a letter, but I don't need to send you. I took pictures today. So there's my my suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the Public Works defense, they are switching out the impatiens for the cyclamen, so that's why they're empty. It's only been for a few days. So I'm amazed at how good Public Works keeps this building because it's pretty darn old. So wait for the cyclamen. It should be in a few days.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name's Whitney Aronoff, and I thought I'd just come and share some of the notes from that town hall meeting that wasn't shared with you guys, just so you were more aware. I was one of the people that spoke on behalf of not making Ocean Avenue one way, and everyone there did not want Ocean Avenue one way. And in the discussion, everyone started to share what their workaround was going to be. Cutting through Wells Fargo, cutting through Bank of America, cutting through the Whole Foods parking lot as a way to get out of Ocean, because ever since the crosswalk was moved at the end of Ocean and Forest Avenue was shut down, it is so challenging to try to exit Ocean Avenue now. I'm sure you guys are aware, you live here. I'm sure you park on Ocean Avenue and run your errands. I do so at least 5 days a week. I go to Whole Foods, I go to Wells Fargo, I run my errands, I come down to the farmer's market. If you come down on a Saturday to the farmer's market, Lower Ocean Avenue is filled with delivery trucks. They are parked in the spots where you want to put bump outs. So if the bump outs go ahead, which we all want downtown to look more beautiful and look cleaned up. I mean, I think most people in town actually do think it looks like a dump right now. It looks run down. But the spots, the bump out spots might not be the lipstick on the pig that you're trying to get to. That might not be the best effort for making downtown look better. I really invite City Council and this planning or design committee to go downtown at multiple days and multiple times and see how the city's functioning. And you will see all the delivery trucks, even the post office van, pull into the spots that are now blocked off for no parking in order to be able to do their deliveries. And so taking away those spots is then just going to create more congestion. But the one thing I just wanted to remind you guys is if it becomes one way, everyone's going to find a workaround because the traffic, especially in the summer, to just try to exit Ocean Avenue is very challenging at this time. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, any other speakers on this item? I don't see any. Okay, so we're going to close public comment. Let's bring it back to council. Who would like to start?
I'll start. I'd like to provide a little bit of context to this conversation. So regarding the sidewalks and this notion that we're going to rip up all the sidewalks at one time, and this is just that's not how a lot of this conversation got started. Earlier at the study session, we discussed it. So we know that there's sidewalk replacement that needs to happen. And to Robin's point, one of the issues is ADA, and one of them is just cracked, sidewalks that need replacement. And I would be more than happy to meet with you and take a walk with you and show you that. But the idea is, okay, well, let's put together a comprehensive plan. So moving forward, we have a roadmap moving forward to actually undertake some of these improvements as, money comes available, or we can fit them into the CIP. So I just need to make sure that we all understand that. Some time ago, evidently, and I understand why, because the council, when they discuss something or discuss coming up with any plan, they have to explore all of the issues. I'm not sure what all the specifics were around this particular issue. I agree with Aaron, regarding the parking. I'm not sure if parking was the motivating factor to consider one way. I don't think so. I suspect that as a lot of things in this community, we discuss ideas over a period of time. And then when it's time to, start to actually take action or get closer to it, the council's responsibility to take these previous ideas into consideration and study them. And staff was given direction some time ago to study this issue. It looks from the slideshow that we saw a bit ago that some of this might have happened during COVID. So this has fallen behind. So here we are now looking at coming up with a plan to do the sidewalk improvement roadmap for the downtown, and we're closing out this final issue that started some time ago. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context. And lastly, I will say that this council has gone above and beyond, and there's always room for improvements. But Dave, you had mentioned a while ago how many town halls we've done recently. We've been doing, a lot of town halls, a lot of outreach, and I just think that needs to be understood and considered. When I hear some of the frustrations, we do make an effort. We are trying. Dave does his updates constantly. I do expect the community to put some effort forth and stay in touch with some of these civic matters on their own. I don't think it's practical to think that we're going to be able to knock on all of the doors and drag people to hearings. So just know that we are trying and we are listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to go next?
Should we put the diagram on page 4 up on the screen if we can?
Well, should we first focus on the question of yes or no, one way or two way, and then go to the diagram? What do you guys think about that? Just to organize the conversation.
I think that's smart.
Okay, Councilmember Jones.
I don't support making Ocean one way.
Short and sweet.
Me either.
Bob? Or Mark's thinking?
I don't support it as well. I do understand Ed's concern, and this is new information to me, and I think that's valuable, very valuable, Ed, and I appreciate it. But with that said, I guess it's just my personal experience with the situation, and being where I live in proximity to downtown, it just seems like it's going to be extremely inconvenient. So,
Councilmember Whalen?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's irrelevant at this point, but no, I think, you know, I think we leave it two ways. I have seen what Ed's describing. I've sat there at his location, and I don't know whether there's something we can do with Caltrans on Coast Highway to prevent a left-hand turn. I mean, you see what they had to do up at Crystal Cove, right? Because people kept turning in illegally there. And I don't know how you stop the people jumping the line there other than having some better traffic enforcement there. It does happen. People just jump and go in the left lane and make the turn. So, but you know, I think the other thing is the people, I think, you know, we requested it in September. We got a traffic study. It came back. It shows de minimis impacts, you know, and I think the people who just say, oh, it's going to be a nightmare, you know, and dismiss it is unfair, really, I think, to the process because, you know, it's a professional opinion. A couple other things, you know, in terms of the overall downtown, I thought it was interesting that Corona del Mar, Newport Beach just did a study of Corona del Mar that they released last week, and they had some hearings on it. And what their consultant said and their staff recommended was, you know, not unlike a lot of the things that we are looking at here or have looked at here. But they say, interestingly, they don't have enough food venues because food venues are what attract people. It's more typically in the 30 to 40% range, and they're down at 20%. And parking, that's what brings people into zones. So, you know, you kind of wonder, what are we supposed to do? Some people say, don't add any parking. Then some, we heard earlier, don't take away any parking. So it must mean we have the exact right number of parking places right now. So which isn't right either. So I think we're going to have to work our way through this conversation and, you know, decide what we want to do. But I think, you know, I think parking is a concern downtown. So it's more than just, it is primarily summertime, but, you know, it's a lot of weekday noon times where you can't find parking in the off season as well. So it's tough to categorize. Nighttime off season, not a problem, you know, but there are a lot of days where it is. So I think as we go through this, first with Ocean and then with others, we should be, as we said earlier at the study session, we should be sensitive to not removing too many spaces here.
So it sounds like there's consensus about, you know, keeping it two-way. You know, my personal experience is one where it's very rare to you know, for me to go and make that right turn lane. But of course, that's my personal experience. I don't want to make public policy determination on that. And that's why we have a public process where we hear from people. I think Kristen Winter's point that resonated with me about the impact on the businesses there. I do think there are public safety issues in the sharp right turn that people do. And so, but again, I think that's why we have a public process. We have a town hall, we have people speak tonight. And I you know, I appreciate that. We always can do better in terms of trying to reach out to more and more people. But I think, you know, stepping back for a second, when we're going to spend money on improving a street and we hear that there's an opportunity, you know, to look at, you know, what could have come from this, I think not studying something just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm someone who wants to look at the data, try to look at creative solutions. And I think as a community, it's interesting how sometimes we're so afraid of just the idea of studying something. And I hear that, you know, people are going to say, okay, well, it's because you're not going to be listened to. But I think that tonight proves that, you know, the public, that we hear what the public is saying. And, you know, also just anecdotally, other people who I've talked to have a different experience. than I do, with this. So I'm comfortable with the recommendation to keep it as a two-way street, and maybe there is a creative solution of how we can deal with the public safety related traffic and pedestrian impacts on this street that doesn't involve changing the direction. But I appreciate all the members of the public that spoke tonight and at the town hall. But I also think, we just have a highly sophisticated community where I don't know that studying things is something that we should be afraid of as a community. So that would be my perspective at a macro level. So now why don't we pull up the slide related to the concept for what's being proposed, so that we can discuss some of the key elements.
As we're doing that, I think if I could help guide the discussion, there are a couple things that, to me, now that you've decided on the one-way, two-way issue, that are kind of almost mandatory. Those are the bump outs for the areas that are affected by AB 413. And then I feel very strongly about the Beach Street side there, because that addresses a significant ADA issue. To me, I put those in a little different tier than everything else. And maybe if you could resolve that first.
Let's start there.
Okay.
And then we'll confirm that Beach Street, there's not a fire access issue.
We would make sure, I don't know if Evan remembers, or I don't think we do. We have one there.
But we'll confirm that we
Yeah,
will
we'll
move
confirm
forward
that
with something that
in
doesn't
design.
apply. So let's see it. So is there direction to the city manager's recommendation about the bump outs on Ocean that are required by state law for the, and then widening the sidewalks on Beach for ADA? So
I think those are both good ideas and I support them.
it sounds like they're required by federal law, the ADA, and state law, what we just discussed earlier. Okay. Any disagreement?
Just a question. We have to do both sides of Beach, right?
We certainly have to do the side with the taco place because of ADA. We have to do the other side because of from AB 413. As you approach Ocean from Beach, that's a 413 spot.
When you're walking on Beach towards Forest, right by that
Beach
picnic
towards
store, right by Envy there, this sidewalk's not wide enough. Yeah, it's across
Oh, I
a big
see.
tree there, and it's like, well, how wide was that, Mark, when we walked through there yesterday? Like 3 feet wide, maybe? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, some of these things could be resolved when we figure out what the solution is going to be for the tree.
Tree wells.
The tree well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have
Okay, consensus there. The next thing I think is either easier or not easy is the point that Ann is making, that should these all be consistent with the L shard, the trees, versus not consistent with the L shard? I don't know if that's an easy one or not.
To me, it's an easy choice. I think we've done a lot of work on identifying appropriate trees for the downtown. I think, like all municipalities, we run the risk of placing low maintenance, not very robust street trees in place of having beautiful specimen trees. So I think we should lean heavily on the work that we've already done and look at those magnolias and native trees, which might not be good options.
I think on the trees, the two things that have my concern is, one, trees that drop things on the sidewalks, it's impossible to keep them clean. We ought to look at species that that drop a lot, nothing or very little. And number two, we ought to put trees in that when they mature, they're not going to look weird because you've shaved one side because it runs into the building. So, I mean, either get them moved where they have room to grow or put in a different species. Because, these ficus that were put in years ago, when they have room to grow and mature, they're beautiful, but a lot of them are just jammed up and you have to just slice one side off. So those, doing it consistent with the landscape and scenic highways plan is fine, but that's my input on species.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the plan or anything, but I agree with you about the ficus trees, because even the ones on Second, they're just so massive. And then you trim them and all you can see are the branches and foliage is way up high. They just don't look good. Plus in the tree well, they're just kind of exploding out of the tree wells. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of an unfortunate situation.
I feel like, so what's the counter argument? What would SWA say, or what?
Yeah, I don't know if Evan, feel free to offer a counter there, please. You're the expert.
Yeah, thank you, Council. I think we after the town hall, we took a second look at that, and we're considering Magnolia. The only instance of any objection to that is based on the recent ones that are planted. They're just somewhat small, and they're somewhat slow growing, and they also, due to their current height, and again, it's because they're implemented at a smaller size, end up having branches kind of at head level that could be a potential risk, and we've seen them out there, some of them unsuccessful, but then there's one near Shirley's Bagel that is more successful. So I think if we were to adopt the Magnolia, we should have a recommended size standard that the city adopts. That way we can try to avoid that and start to speed up the process of them growing. But other than that, I think the look and feel, if we're trying to match the ficus, it makes sense. So, and they are relatively low maintenance.
So what was your original recommendation? And then it sounds like you have a revised recommendation.
My recommendation would be to remove and replace the magnolias out there with larger specimen magnolias, or at least as large as we can get. Because right now, I think they're implemented probably at a 24-inch box tree, which are relatively small. If we can upsize them to at least a 48, 60-inch box to fit the extent of the tree well, we'd be much better off and help speed up that process.
What was your recommendation prior to the town hall?
Prior to town hall, our recommendation was various forms of, well, it was increased eucalyptus trees, the silver dollar gum, and Australian willow, which is a very similar look, but something that is pretty tolerant to being a street tree, something that's a little more hardy, in case there was concerns about more eucalyptus. But that we wanted to keep that same look throughout. We were thinking about including that, but that was without the kind of the Elshard research on that end.
It seems to me like the trees need a little bit more thought.
What I'm hearing from you folks then is maybe a little bit more thought on the trees within the parameters that Councilmember Whalen suggested, with an emphasis, if possible, on the Elshard trees, but where there's an exception, it should be a thoughtful exception. That sound reasonable?
I agree with that. And I really appreciate what you're saying, that sometimes, it's a little counterintuitive, but planting a larger tree is going to be, it's going to make it more, not only more impactful, but easier for the community to integrate with. So I think we should be thinking about that as well. That's really wise.
That sound okay? I'll move to the next subject. The next one I propose for you is that the area where the transit center is, and whether there should be a mid-block crossing there. I think we do have good ideas for the transit center, that maybe increasing parking there. And I know Chief Calvert's not here, but he would say we need to look at that transit center through the lens of law enforcement to make sure there isn't, it's better planned for less loitering. We've also talked about it as an option for Fire Station 1. So probably the next tier of discussion would be, should there be a mid-block crossing there with that infrastructure that's related to it?
Is that crosswalk, is that related to the public safety recommendations from Chief Calvert, or is that?
That's not actually good question. Sorry to interrupt.
What problem are we trying to solve there?
I don't know if you guys want to chime in.
Evan can correct me, but I believe the intent was because Lower Ocean has a mid-block crosswalk. I think the idea was to emulate that on Upper Ocean.
Okay.
Well, as I said earlier in the study session, and it's a loss of 5 spaces, I don't think we need to do it. I mean, I get the symmetry aspect of it, but I just don't think we need to do it. And you can dart across the road there anytime you need to. I do favor removing that shade structure in there and gaining 2 spots. I think we should look at that.
Okay, so on the crosswalk, I mean, I tend to agree. I think there's really, because it's not necessarily a public safety impact, because you have it's a one-way street at that part. So I don't I don't see a huge problem there that requires us to do that. So I would tend to agree with Councilmember Whalen on that. And yeah. And I guess it sounds like the SWA recommendation is consistent with what you just recommended for the net gain of 2 spaces with the removal of the shade structure. So I'd be supportive of those 2 things. Is there consensus there? Yeah.
And what about the pop-outs on the other side of the street,
So
across from the transit? You want to explain?
Yeah,
this, Evan?
please do it. Go ahead. That was going to be my next tier of things, the mid-block bump outs or the minor bump outs as you classified them.
Sure, yeah. So for additional clarification on all those are really just trying to capture spaces that are small, that are not currently parking. They're basically kind of capping off lengths of parking stalls along the street. They're either currently, segmented with a red parking stripe to prevent parking, or they're unmarked. So our idea was we can capture these spaces and have new trees. Sure, it's not a lot of square footage for planting, but there's an opportunity to install a new tree to kind of help bring that canopy down, and kind of narrow that look there.
And if you walk through that particular area, there is a void of a tree canopy.
there is, yeah. No, I think that's a very thoughtful recommendation. And that's good from a traffic calming perspective as well.
Correct.
Without reducing any parking spaces. Great.
Is there a
Consensus.
consensus those could stay in again as tree opportunities?
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's see, lastly, the bump out at Forest. And so this is not an AB 413 bump out, but as noted, maybe Evan, creating a safer crossing to the farmer's market, to the city hall, and as someone who goes there a couple times a day. Yeah, sometimes I take my life in my own hands. I just cannot visit Public Works anymore. I know that would solve you guys a lot of trouble.
Does that wouldn't remove parking spaces? Am I right in that assessment?
Correct. No parking spaces are removed there.
So what would the argument against it be? Like what are the trade-offs?
I think we would still evaluate, the vehicle turning radii
Okay.
and making sure it is a little tight there, today.
Yeah.
But we would certainly evaluate that as part of the process.
Okay.
To the design team, did I leave anything out for questions?
Did
or
we
comments?
cover the sidewalk at Beach and Ocean, the intersection?
I think staff would welcome feedback on the intersection of Ocean and Beach.
Okay.
If that's
That's what
something
I'm
we really
recommending.
want to, redesign that entire section or not.
So remember, Dave, that's the area where the art and public places is the bench and the brickwork is
Right.
heaving right now.
Right. So,
There's inconsistencies with the various brick materials in that particular area.
do you guys want to describe your concept a little bit more for that?
On this plan, it's a little difficult to tell, but part of it is the crosswalk consistency isn't the same. Part of them is an asphalt and then painted stripe. One of them is brick designated. So I think part of it is looking at if we can standardize the crosswalk visual aesthetic, not the intersection here, which is kind of shown on this plan, but we would just be looking at the crosswalks. And then the other thing is just creating a better crossing from both sides of the street there. So the one as you're mentioning, that would be the AB 413, and basically just extending that out to kind of cap off that area.
So any concerns about that? Kind of a consistent look, bump outs to address the AB 413, consistent look at the crosswalks? Okay,
I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
I mean, it's a busy intersection, pedestrian. It's a busy pedestrian intersection.
I'm realizing too, we didn't really talk about where Ocean hits PCH. Whether or not that is, remember there was a parklet there that was taken out. There's definitely an AB 413 spot there in front of Board and Brew that needs to be 20 feet back. And then I think this design has a little bit of a bulb out to make a more careful turn from Coast Highway onto Ocean. I don't know if Evan or the team wants to describe that a little bit more.
Yeah, so the recommendation here was just to abide by the current and maybe prior use of a bulb out or a parklet-like space in this area. This area is a little challenging just because there's a significant stormwater catchment area located at that corner. So if we were to implement a bulb out, we would have to have essentially a channel strategy as the stormwater retains along the gutter to kind of flow through that space. But it was really just the extension of creating more permanent parklet like for that area.
So is this the AB 413 issues, or is this extending what are the decision points here?
I think if I could just add one thing, and this came up at the town hall as well, but the area in front of the radio station and Board and Brew did previously go to PTC, and it's striped today for bike parking and loading zone. So that would be a consideration is, do we want to maintain that bike and loading, which is consistent with AB 413, or would we remove that in lieu of a bulb out? So that's a consideration in that area.
So that's the trade-off is we'd lose parking for bikes, and then it's a loading zone.
Correct.
And do we have any information about, because there's probably a lot of use of that loading zone, right? So that would be the trade-off. It seems like that's used a lot.
That loading zone's.
Yeah, I also think that Mike, the owner of Board and Brew, really wanted to market it to cyclists, especially folks coming down from the high school too. So be certainly a conversation we want to have with him if we change that.
So it seems like, so on the side, if you're coming from PCH and turning right, there's going to be a bump out there regardless because of the state law, right?
No,
No.
just no parking.
There's one on the diagram, the longer one with the arrow pointed at it. There has to be there doesn't have to be a bulb out there, as you guys are talking about. There could just be bike parking, as Tom's noting.
What's the one below that?
I think that would be new. There's a modest one there now. This would be an expansion of it. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So the trade-offs involving the modest expansion of that, there's really none. We're not losing a parking space.
Right.
Okay, so I think that makes sense. And then the question becomes, I guess, do we want to keep the bike parking and loading zone, or would we rather have a bulb out there?
I think we should keep the loading zone.
That's what I think. Okay, sounds like we
Feel like we have good
Just-
direction on all of it?
Just real quick, Evan, is there anything to address Ed's concerns regarding that, where Ocean hits Coast Highway? You saw the videos that
Yeah,
Ed
yeah.
played? Is there anything you can think of that would help with that?
Yeah, maybe Tom.
I can speak on that a little. I think what we would need to do is take a look, because when the crosswalk was changed, the curb was pulled out in that area. So we may look at maybe pushing it back in a little bit in that area to see if we could get enough room for another turn lane or something to provide more room for two cars to be able to fit safely. So that's something we can look at. I can't guarantee without looking at it if we could make it work, but I think that's what we would need to do.
Is there support to look at that?
Yeah, I support that.
You? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so our next steps and the recommended action would be to incorporate the concepts the council talked about into the next iteration of the design. Does it come back?
Goes to planning commission.
Goes to planning commission? Yeah, okay.
Correct. We go to planning commission for concept review early next year.
Okay.
And then planning and final design review probably later in the spring.
All right. And then potentially go out to bid.
And just to clarify, Dave, as this goes through the pipeline, design review and whatnot, there will be documentation, or it will be understood that in the future, when things need to be maintained, that they can just be maintained and it doesn't have to go through a lengthy process.
Say that one more time.
So as we approve these elements, and as we approve and agree on, tree wells and things of that nature, that if Public Works needs to replace a tree well, they don't have to go back through the system again. They could just do it without going through the DRB process.
That would be my hope. As long as what we
Yeah, if
replace
it's
it is
approved,
consistent
then-
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank Evan and the whole SWA team. I feel like you guys just are so thoughtful in what you do, and it's very cool to have a team that literally works right next to all of this and is literally walking these streets, and really appreciate your thoughtful feedback and expertise. So appreciate it.
And our good Public Works team with them. Good.
Yeah, and our great Public Works team and Alpha, great presentation. So good. Okay. Any further? So it sounds like we have feedback. I don't think we need a motion.
I think we're good.
Good. Okay. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks for the members of the public who participated. So let's, I don't know where Councilmember Kemp, let's wait for her to come back. Yeah, let's just get started.
So this next one for everybody at home, this is still dealing with downtown. It's our third one, our last one. And this is more about outdoor dining and the deadline that's coming up as of January 1st of 2026, which would potentially end the temporary use permits that allow the parklets, the dining parklets to remain, as well as some of the, where like at Las Brisas and I think Zinc and other places where there's parking on private property, which would be against the code without the temporary use permit. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jeremy.
Thanks, Dave. Just wait for this to load. There we go. Correct. And then just a sec here. We did bring this to council on June 10th to get some preliminary detection or direction, pardon me. And the two takeaways from that meeting was to prepare the bulb out study for AB 413, which I think we'll be seeing that number in our sleep tonight after all our meetings on that. But so we presented that earlier today. And then there was also pending legislation at the time at the state level, which is really related to outdoor dining, which I'll touch on in a second here. I won't go any farther on AB 413, like I mentioned, but there is an opportunity to reimagine outdoor dining in our public right away based on this bulb out opportunity. AB 592 was the other legislation that was pending that you wanted us to staff to wait and see. And then once we had the results, if the governor signed it or not, come back at that point, because it's pretty significant legislation. What it's done is it's removed what was first brought or signed in during COVID for outdoor dining and relaxing parking restrictions. It has now permanently relaxed those parking restrictions within a city. So we could, while our program is expiring Jan 1, 2026, there is an opportunity to extend it now and at the state level. Here is a list of all the existing active outdoor dining TUPs, all are expiring, but you can see the green's private property and blue is over public property. This year, we did remove two parklets, one at both on Ocean Avenue, out front, Wild Taco, formerly Wild Taco, and the Marine Room. We have a couple of policy questions we'd like direction. Ultimately, from tonight, we're going to take that direction and likely develop something and come back for further council consideration. But right at the top of the list is the question of what do we do with the existing TUPs and the existing program right now? And the options we see before Jan 1, we can sunset the program. We can sunset and transition to a permanent outdoor program, right? Let the program expire, create a permanent program, and let everyone start from scratch. That's option 3. Or there's somewhere in between where everyone that has a parklet right now or some outdoor dining, we could create some sort of temporary program while we develop a permanent program. Staff certainly recommends a permanent program. We really think, and from a community development standpoint, it's going to help with long-range planning in the community. One thing to be aware of is if we do develop a permanent program, that it will likely require LCP amendments, and it'll be a longer process that would likely involve coastal. So beyond that, we get into if the council does desire to continue with the program in some form while we create this permanent program. Do we want to continue the moratorium? That is, accept no more applications, or do we want to continue or start accepting new applications for any outdoor dining in businesses? We can work either or. The next is, should we really look at creating some sort of incremental step that steps towards one day no no parklets over parking spaces. It's all sidewalk based, kind of in a long-term process and looking at what's existing and making that kind of transition through time and what that would look like. We talked about it earlier, but here's just an example for anyone that couldn't attend the workshop this afternoon. You can kind of see taking those spaces and potentially creating some sort of sidewalk space, either in the bulb out itself or up against the building, right? And that bulb out would then allow egress. So it's kind of one or the other, or it could be either or, actually. And then do we revisit the fee structure? Right now, we only charge for public property. This is the equation that we use. It's about $15,300 annually for a business. The 4 parklets you can see. Would we want to, and would we want to look at some sort of fee? That would require a nexus study if we were to look for private businesses or private property utilizing. So we're really requesting direction on the outdoor dining tonight. Let me see. Specifically, there is a lead time. We have, I think, 16 TUPs right now. If we want to continue with something, staff needs to get going on that, so we can make sure that they're all some sort of programs in place, and then also, all these other various components. And what does a long-term program look like if that's what the council wants? I recognize and appreciate that this is kind of a broad question, and there's a lot of components to this. If the council feels more comfortable of a process, would be creating an ad hoc committee to address this and work with staff to work through some of these finer points of it. We could do a series of workshops as well at the staff level, and then bring that back to council. So if you'd like more time to consider those and have the community digest it, those are 2 options. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you go to the slide that shows the breakdown of all the different parklets that are in play? So there's the 8, the non-promenade 8 that use public parking spaces. How many of these would be, if you just implemented the state law, how many of those 8 would be covered by the what's required under state law with the bulb out? Do you get my question?
Oh, so how many are near a bulb out?
Well, not near. So like
Oto Sushi is not, Salerno is not, Tango is not. Is Adonis?
Yeah, Adonis and Oto. Oto would be, well, it's.
No, because they're on the egress.
They're on the egress, not the ingress. Yeah.
So none of them would be.
Okay. My second, do you want to follow up on that?
Well, just to be clear, there are other design solutions that can accommodate some outdoor seating other than the bulb outs.
Yeah.
With widened sidewalks.
Yeah.
And in some cases, that space actually already exists.
So let me ask the question a different way. Is there a way where you could not eliminate the parking spaces, follow the state law, and then, through widened sidewalks, be able to achieve the same, outcome? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Maybe while you think about that, let me just switch to the others. So why is like Abba and Carmelitas and then Anastasia Equator, Greeters Corner, why are those called parklets? Because they're really not parklets. They're more like, a sidewalk.
They're not, they're outdoor dining and private. If they take any private parking spaces, the right column, but we've just identified them as outdoor dining in the header.
So right now the moratorium would extend to a restaurant that wants to just put sidewalk dining and not take a parking space.
Yes, theoretically.
If I may, Mayor,
Go ahead.
Make a suggestion. If we were to ask SWA to come back with a exhibit showing what could be accommodated in existing conditions, and also maybe what could be accommodated with a minor modification as the sidewalk improvements take place, that might help council.
With respect to the public parking.
The parklets that you see here.
Okay.
And then is my suggestion for the private properties, such as the one behind the museum and whatnot, And there's also been some parking changes, some requirement changes in the downtown specific plan that might allow more flexibility for some of these properties today that didn't exist under their original CUPs. So I also think it might be worth staff working with some of those potential applicants to do an analysis and come back to us just to see what they can accommodate under the new parking requirements in the downtown.
Okay. Further questions? No further questions? Okay, so good. So let's hear from the public on this item. Please come up to the podium to share your testimony.
Okay, I'm bummed to be here twice too. So sorry to do this to you guys. This is actually what we came about. So I love that the city council was so responsive in a time that we needed it the most. So thank you. We all live in a city that we can be proud of. But as a downtown business owner, we are very, very affected by the parking lost in the last few years. This includes the California Assembly law that prohibits parking within 20 feet, not anything to do with you guys. The things that we do have control about are the parklets, the creation of the promenade, which we support, and increased trolley parking. The parklets, in our view, favor the 6 to 10 businesses or the restaurants, but they hurt the 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. businesses or the retailers. One thing that we have besides, so we've supported the promenade, we've also very much supported and are thrilled that you're looking at downtown, bringing new businesses to downtown. But in order to attract them, you're going to have to guarantee the people that are signing those leases parking. So obviously my number one issue, it's our issue so that we can keep our doors open. Our customers talk about it all the time. To make the parklets a sound idea for this town, let's talk about parking solutions. We could talk about building a parking structure that for 30 years we've gone after one investigation after another. With all due respect, Mark, I don't know if we need to look at that one more time with someone doing a study.
Just to be clear, I'm not talking about removing parking. I'm talking about out like what you see at Anastasia, where they just put some tables and chairs outside of their store.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about opening up city. This is going to be very unpopular. Let's open up the city hall parking for not just your employees, but ours as well. Let's talk about rethinking the trolley route so that, because our firsthand experience is that the trolleys, the parking places are going unused. That would, what we can look out at 6 places right there, sit unused all year round. Oh, that's me. There's so much appeal to outdoor dining, but until parking is addressed, I believe it's a luxury we can't afford.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. Is the issue that like the private, so like Zinc and the private parking spaces that are utilized, is that the issue that you see, or are you more concerned with the public parklets, where they're taking a public space that could be a customer of your store?
I am more concerned with the parklets, but I mean, I'm sorry, because you said, because parking at Zinc used to be a thing.
Yeah, so technically in this, that's treated as like a parklet. Is your issue about the parklets that take away a public parking space, or is the issue in okay, so your recommendation is not about taking away the private parklet program, outdoor dining program, but instead about the spaces that are taking public parking?
Alex, I'm sorry. I would have thought that Zinc, that was private property. So when we did have those, 6 places before COVID, I would have thought that that was just a property thing. I wasn't aware that that was something under
Yeah, okay.
your direction. Is
That's part of this. So I wanted to clarify your testimony. So I appreciate that clarification.
No, to answer.
So if you look at the screen, you're talking about the right table, right? The 8 spaces.
The 8 spaces, yes, I am.
Right, not
yes, I
on
am.
the left. Okay.
Blue 8, not
As
the
well
green
as-
41. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
good enough. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate that.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. Alex, I think your question was great in terms of which one matters. It seems to me that, I haven't quite worked that out in my head, but certainly the private ones seem like they should matter as much as the public ones to me. When you have a company, a private business, I'll just use Las Brisas as an example. They're really doubling down and restaurants are high intensity uses and they're adding more square footage for more people to be seated. They're not taking people out of the inside or blocking off the inside. And so that extra demand is having a outsized effect on the public parking spaces all along Heisler there. So they're basically outsourcing their impact to the city parking spaces. So I think that is important. At the same time, I love outdoor seating at restaurants. And I think that it should be encouraged to the extent that in your wisdom, it makes sense. My comment is more about how it looks. I think that the wood parklets that we have are, they're pretty nice, but they're pretty sterile. And I think that there's opportunities, and I'm not the expert in this, but there's opportunities to add some greenery there to make it look and feel like something classy and more like our city. And maybe a lattice work ceiling that a vine could grow through, and then it would be all green, something like that. I'll leave that to smarter minds in terms of landscapes. The bulb outs or anything like that, anytime we're doing something permanent, it seems like it's going to be very long term. It seems like we should be getting the landlord involved to be paying, not just the tenant, if we're going to be doing permanent modifications. The finances at $5 a square foot, I think you're under market. The biggest problem I see with these things is a lot of the time they're not being used. For instance, outside the sushi place, and they've got their tables and chairs stacked out there, and it looks closed down and run down. And we should be encouraging both through the rent, let's say, charging them an appropriate rate so we know that they really want it and are going to use it. And there probably are rules, but they shouldn't be stacking their patio furniture out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I have a couple of comments, Ann Christoph. Regarding ABBA, that's kind of an unusual case because they had outdoor seating to begin with when it was Eva's restaurant, and they've never had their own parking at all. So I don't see why that is even on the list. What should be on the list is the conversion of an office to a bar. And that has never been resolved with ABBA. And I'm wondering why the city has never resolved that. I think the parklets in general, every time I drive by, the ones that are on the street, when I drive by them, I think they're dangerous. I think the people sitting there are somewhat in danger, especially the one on the corner of Mermaid. They even have a warning sign now on the corner. I just think the city is putting people in danger by having people sit in those awkward places where vehicles are turning and may misjudge the space, and how the street is going to work is compromised because of that. So I think we should phase those out, definitely, all of them. And if there's room on the new bulb outs to have a permanent, safe place for outdoor seating, great. But I don't think these are safe. The one on Ocean Avenue by the Marine Room, if that was gone, then you'd have your extra lane for your right-hand turn. And isn't that, Ed pointed out the danger there that would be avoided by solving that problem. The City Hall parking next to this building over here that used to be called the Lumberyard parking lot, that used to be rented for downtown uses. It was not city employees. And when we did that plan for the village entrance, we assumed that city employees were going to be parking more remotely, like at the Christmas tree lot or further away, and leaving the close-in spaces for the public to use. And that came to the council when Sheree was here, and staff was directed not to have employee parking there. And I don't know why it happened, but now it's back. It's probably because the employees want to park there and they make it happen. But it's not supposed to. It's supposed to be adjunct to downtown parking. I also think that restaurants who had parking before should resume the parking that they had. That was a special exemption because of COVID and should not be continued, especially when we have parking shortages. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just want to say we've always supported the promenade and we love that as part of a town, as like a common center. And isn't that what the outdoor promenade is for, is the outdoor dining? So it's not like we don't have that for the city or for our public, is that that is what it's all about. So I don't know if we need the extra parklets versus the parking, because we do offer that as a city, which is so nice. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you for the report, Jeremy. That was very nice and detailed. If you could pull up the graph of the lost spaces or the restaurants. The one thing I just wanted to speak on was, because I know it's a very difficult decision. I know lots of cities have gone through this coming out of the COVID era. Some cities it's been very successful, some not. And I know it's a very difficult decision, but it looks like through the report, Jeremy laid out great options to like maybe pull it back and then relaunch. I think the biggest one that we can all, that jumps out is Las Brisas. I worked there when I was in just out of college during the summers. And I know that like that being like a big company, they're like another speaker mentioned, they're going to really maximize that spot. And when you lose 14 spaces, which really jumps out, like it was mentioned, that kind of cascades into all the other parking around town with people being able to use Heisler Park. And also the residents, don't want to forget that with up into North Laguna there. You also have the Cottage, which is really busy. So that's, going to be a big spot of loss of parking. Now, obviously we want to be fair to all businesses and don't want to single anybody out, but that's the one that seems to jump out the most, where they've really built that up. And obviously we want to take into account restaurants investing in those outdoor parklets and not want to just, scrap it all. But taking all that into consideration, I think it's obviously a very difficult decision you guys have to make on figuring out what's fair, not singling anybody out, favoring restaurants versus businesses. But I think as we can all agree that, making sure that more parking is available is important, but at the same time, making sure that there's that balance of more tables available for seating. Maybe there's something that you could do like a high season, low season opportunity, where in the high season, they have more space. In the low season, maybe it draws down a bit. So they don't sit empty like some people have mentioned, where it looks kind of ugly with empty tables sitting outside. But yeah, very thoughtful presentation. I think we all appreciate it, and it's a very difficult decision to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ann Chrisman. I want to touch on what Ann was talking about, because that was one of my questions, is the insurance. Is that covered separately with the policy for the restaurant owner, or is that the city who would have to handle if there was a problem and somebody did run into one of those? So I did have that question. I have a question on the tents. Are you going to allow, if you do allow these, are you going to allow them to tent them? I personally think that, and being a business owner in the downtown, my number one complaint for my customers is there is no parking, and I would come down more, but there's no parking. We have a lot of daytime tourists, and those are the ones that spend the money. They're not the ones that go to the beach and trash our places. They're the ones that come from Laguna Niguel and from Tustin, and they just spend the day and they want to shop and they want to grab a little lunch, but they need to have the parking. I look at like Salerno's, you've got Copy and Print Center right there. You've got our great new store Picnic, which I love, but those are quick. I want to get in, I got to drop something off to make a copy. There's never any parking there now, because now we have to take it because of AB, 413. We have to take that parking off, and now we've got 2 more for the restaurant. So those are those are resident feeding businesses that we were just talking about. What businesses do we want to see down here? Well, I want to be able to run down. I now have to run into Whole Foods, park there, and quickly run across the street. So I think we need to support our businesses that support us locals. So I am so for getting rid of it, and the businesses that have taken, if you look inside the restaurants, they're not full. It's not as if they need to have this. And why did we first have this? We first had this for COVID. COVID is over. Let's move on. It's just not fair. It's not fair to the other people down there. It's not fair to some of the residents that want to be able to park down there. It's not fair that Las Brisas gets to take 14 parking spaces and maximize their business, that the Zinc gets to take those 5 parking spaces. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other speakers on this?
Yes, Mary Locatelli. I don't have an issue with the staff report. In fact, I think it's well done, well written. It tells a nice story, but my concern with this, as well as some of the other staff reports, is that it seems to tilt the playing field. We've got a lot of comments about how people want this and, you know, everybody loves this and all. And Mark, I'm very sympathetic with your comment earlier that the staff and the council is trying really hard to do outreach. I'm also sympathetic with the public that's saying, we don't know what's going on. So we're like two ships passing in the night. We've got to find a way to bridge that gap somehow. And I just have one suggestion that relates back to the last discussion, but at the town hall on the 4th, there was one business owner there, found out about it at the last minute. And the question was, how did you contact the business owners? And the staff said, well, we plan to. And I think that's good. We plan to. But my suggestion would be, if that's in the plan, why not move it forward and do it first instead of waiting until you've already put together a plan and you've spent money putting together a plan and staff time, and then the public says, where's this coming from? We don't know anything about this. So that would just be my suggestion. I think you guys are trying really hard. I think the public's trying really hard to understand what's going on. We got a lot of stuff going on. Let's just try to bridge that gap. So that would be my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Last chance. Okay, so what we're gonna do is let's close public comment and let's bring it back to the city council. Who would like to start?
I'll start with a couple of thoughts and then be interested in what my fellow council members have to say. I would maintain the current moratorium on new parklet applications. I wouldn't be soliciting new ones. I think what we should be doing is trying to transition. I also would allow the existing parklets. I would reconfirm with those owners that they want to continue. I'd allow them to continue for some period of time, but looking to transition them off the street onto some sidewalk-based solution. I think that it's clear from, and we all received many, many emails on this, it's clear that people love outdoor dining. And I don't think it's the test that you have to have every indoor seat filled to justify or support outdoor dining. People want to sit outside. That's why they're outside. And restaurants aren't always at 100%. So I think we need, given our location, our environment, the desires of both our residents and visitors, I think we need to encourage outdoor dining. So as a high-level thing, I want to see us do that. I think on the so those are my thoughts on the parklets. On the private parking spaces, I think I think they need to be evaluated. I don't think they just get to continue to keep using them without some thoughtful program. I think Mark's comment is right on. They should be reevaluated based on the new parking standard of 3 per 1,000, and those numbers may change to a certain degree. And we should take a look at that and then determine. But if there's still spaces that are required for some of these, I'd want to see them paying money for that benefit, and maybe it's some kind of parking in lieu, but it should be an ongoing fee But there may be, I don't want to just say that's the solution, because depending on which locations come back, we might end up saying, well, gee, that, it doesn't work at that location, or you have to cut it down further than what you're proposing, or what you had historically. So, and then, we updated the fee structure. We probably need to continue to update it. My recollection is when we did it, I thought it was automatically going up by cost of living. We didn't lock in a thing. I thought it was adjusting over time. Maybe it needs to be re-looked at. I think it should be re-looked at even if we're just going to allow a temporary extension on these parklets to transition, and then develop, like I say, we haven't ever done anything on the private side, so we need to develop a fee concept there for those. So I'll stop there and let others jump in.
Who wants to speak next?
I'll jump in. It's really clear to me that we need a long-term permanent solution. And I think as we develop that long-term permanent solution, I think we should allow the businesses to continue with what they're doing. I really appreciate what you said, Councilmember Whalen, about transitioning to sidewalk dining. I think that's a better solution long-term. And I want to give businesses time to make that shift. And in terms of private spaces, I agree with what you both have said. I think we do need to look at them on a case-by-case basis and see what the parking requirements are going to be and how we start recapturing some of those parking spaces, because I don't think that it's really fair to be using these private spaces for dining and putting all those customers out on into city spaces.
Yeah, I kind of have a little bit of different view, because I was just asking the city attorney, because, this parklet, this bump out stuff will have to go to coastal. And, that's another year probably. So I don't personally favor keeping the parklets there because, first of all the businesses knew that it sunsetted the end of this year. That was always the case. It was extended once, I think. But I don't really favor it because, first of all, I don't think they look very good. In fact, I could point out some of them that I just find appalling. But I like outdoor dining. I like the idea of the promenade. I think people like a gathering space, but it is taking up parking. And we can say, that we're going to, get more sidewalk dining. We're going to do our bump outs and stuff, but it'll be a couple of years probably before that's done. Realistically, we have to go to coastal, we have to get permission, then we have to schedule, we have to get contractors, we have to bring contracts back. So this, to me, it's another couple of years. So I don't actually favor keeping them. And I think there's been some taking advantage of the city in some regards.
Are you referring to public parklets?
I'm talking about the ones that the city allowed to have, the parklets that were put in.
Yeah, on public spaces.
Public spaces, yeah. Now, the private spaces on this list, they do need to be evaluated one by one, I think, because, for example, Zinc. So Zinc in their CUP, they had a requirement to lease 5 parking spaces, which they did. And of course, that was waived. And then during the pandemic, they moved into those spaces. I doubt they could make it there without those additional spaces anymore. I mean, it could have been the case a while ago, but I don't think so anymore. They're actually having a hard time anyway, it looks like to me. But I do think, like what goes on at the Hive, the parking's a mess out there, and that does need to be reeled back in, and we need to figure out a plan for that. So, and that's where I am.
Mark?
So just a couple of brief points on looking at the private property parking solutions, the dining issues on the private properties. There are several elements that go into that. First, we're going to have to, communicate with coastal, right? If there's how we address this, but I do think it's an opportunity for us to amend CUPs through that process. Bob mentioned parking credits. I think that there's other solutions. I know Bob and Sue put a lot of work into our parking and management and study that we did some time ago, and I think that there might be some room in there to have people participate in a parking management plan. There's also the outdoor dining credits that could be applied to some of those other properties with private. So there's just a lot to consider. That's why I think a one-on-one application makes sense for those. And there could be, I would support Bob's, a phased-in approach so they don't have to immediately abandon their current situation. I feel on the private, on the street parking parklets that we have right now, I tend to agree more with Sue. I'm a bit frustrated on the spaces that have been taken advantage of and just are unsightly. You know, we spend a lot of time walking around downtown and evaluating the retail climate. We're all talking constantly about, you know, or being anxious about getting some retailers that can really, you know, bring the downtown to life. But then I see these parklets that have been let go and have been being used, as Ann said, as storage spaces, and I find it quite frustrating. But again, even if we do allow for a row of, let's say, tables up against the building for some, that still allows us to modify those CUPs. And I suggest if we do that and allow a row on a widened sidewalk for outdoor tables, that we adjust our CUPs and put conditions in there that require them to maintain those areas, both the concrete and bringing in that furniture when it's not being used, and whatever else we can think of at the time. So I think that there's a lot of things that we can address through this whole process. But to be clear, I do not support long-term use of the public parking spaces that we currently have the parklets encroaching on. I would support sidewalk seating through whether it's through a bulb out or through an existing sidewalk that can accommodate it, such as what's out in front of Anastasia right now. And I would like to see those phased out as soon as possible. And I also agree with the comment that was made regarding the promenade. You know, we've gone above and beyond, right, to create a beautiful outdoor space over there. So I don't think that there's a shortage of, you know, outdoor spaces.
Okay, so I mean, I agree with a lot of the comments that were just stated. So I sort of see this as three different categories at play. Number one is, you know, outdoor dining with no parking spaces impacted, no private or no public spaces. I just don't see the issue with that. I think we should move towards we should end the moratorium on that and move towards a permanent program, which I think is actually the easiest approach from a coastal perspective. I mean, if you're not like ABBA or you know, all the other, maybe can we just bring up keep that chart up? The ones that have no public or no private or public parking space impact, I don't see any downside, you know, assuming that you're able to maintain adequate sidewalk space. So I think my recommendation on that, and I don't know if there's agreement, would be end the moratorium there and have staff come back and develop a permanent program so that they don't have to be in, you know, this sort of, situation where they have to keep coming back to the council for the TUP. So I would be supportive of moving towards a permanent program because I really don't call it a parklet, I call it outdoor dining that doesn't impact any parking spaces. And then it comes to, you know, entities that are using private parking spaces for parklets, which I see as different than the public spaces. And I see this as sort of an equity issue in the sense that, you know, it's not fair for one business who is supposed to be required to have a certain number of parking spaces to, you know, the value of their land is different now. They can use it for outdoor dining. But at the same time, like you think about Zinc, would we really be better off if you had to have, you know, 5 parking spaces where, you know, the outdoor dining is Zinc? I don't agree with that. So I think the fairest approach is when we go to the municipal code, council has the ability to remove, to reduce a maximum of 5 spaces when the proposed use includes outdoor seating and is determined to contribute positively to the local environment. So what I would do is apply that standard to the entities that are using the private parking spaces. And I think that is the fair approach. So if they haven't used that reduction already, so for example, you know, Zinc, they have 5 parking spaces. If they haven't already used that, I don't see why they shouldn't be given the opportunity to use what other applicants are able to use. And then an entity like Las Brisas would not be able to. They would need to they could use the 5, and we'd have to figure out through this whole parking management plan how you deal with the other 9. So that's what, with respect to private parking spaces, my recommendation would be end the moratorium on outdoor dining with no parking spaces impacted and come up with a permanent program to deal with those situations so that we don't have to be in a TUP, you know, an ongoing TUP situation. And then for outdoor dining that does not, that is using private spaces, but still eligible and has not already taken advantage of what the municipal code gives other businesses, which is the ability to have a 5-space reduction, they'd be able to move forward with that and, per property. And then finally, I think I tend to agree with my colleagues that with respect to public parking spaces, we should, there needs to, I think that from it's fair to say that I would probably tend to agree that we should move towards some sidewalk-based approach, whether it's leveraging the law or not. Certain areas you wouldn't be able to, but I think that it would be fair to maybe allow some form of continuance. But ultimately, I think our goal should not be to have parklets in public parking spaces, but instead have creatively designed bulb outs consistent with the law, or in some places just wider sidewalks or wherever, and not every space would be able to have it. But that's where I would go. So I don't know if there's agreement on should we just to organize this discussion, should we take it, are you okay with my kind of 3-pronged approach for outdoor?
In order to give staff some clarification, so yes, so we're on the same page. I recommended giving SWA direction to possibly come back to us
For the public.
to evaluate what seating could take place in the existing configuration, number one.
Yes,
right?
so let's start there.
And then, but another part of that would be where there would be a future bulb out or a future sidewalk amendment, what could be accommodated in that? What's your?
I was going to say, we don't have a budget or a contract with SWA to do that work.
Okay, then the next, this was going to be my next point. We could just tell the restaurants, come back to us with your own, talk to a designer or an architect, come back to us with your own site plan showing where you would propose outdoor seating and be able to keep the path of travel.
I think that's the cleanest approach. And in some areas, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Okay.
But it is how it's done, Alex. Normally, when we used to give the parking for outdoor
Yeah.
dining, they would come to us with an exhibit, a site
So
plan.
in that design, they could propose going out into the right of way. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
As long as they have a minimum sidewalk.
Correct.
So that kind of goes to what I'm saying about for the outdoor dining with no parking spaces impacted, there should be a permanent program that allows people, like ABBA and all the other ones that aren't using any parking spaces. And then to your point, anyone could use that program and not, if they're not impacting public parking.
Correct. But there might, we need to understand a couple of things right now because there are some ordinances that talk about outdoor dining and the number of parking places that can be contributed to that use. So I don't know how we
But
would.
that's for private parking.
Not necessarily. I think it is for outdoor dining on private property. Am I correct on that? Do you know, Jeremy? And on public property? So for instance, what would Anastasia have? Would that be under their CUP?
Sorry, I was reading something. Are you asking,
What-
they're under their TUP right now?
Okay, they're,
The sidewalk seating,
Okay.
that's not CUP, that's TUP.
okay.
Yeah, so why don't we go back to, is there support for the idea that if you're not using any private or public parking spaces, why wouldn't we come up with I guess we need a TUP to extend them beyond the end of the year, but I would be supportive of directing staff to come up with a permanent program for that and end that moratorium. Yeah, if you're not using any private or why do we want to get in the way of that? I'd be supportive of that, directing staff to come back with a permanent program for outdoor dining that does not use any private or public parking.
Okay.
Do we have consensus there?
That's fine.
Okay, so we would need to extend the TUP a certain amount of time. So how much time would we need to be able to do that so that staff could come back with a
This
program?
is the CDP issue?
Yes.
Yeah. We could approve that locally. Yeah.
I think for businesses that have no parking impact, no public right of way or private, that's almost like a simple category. It's the more complex, right? That's almost like an administrative
Correct.
UP
That's
that we
my
could
point.
do for, there's no impact other than a few things.
So I direct staff to come back with that. But how much time would we need, you need the TUP to lead that out?
Could we say TUPs until such time as we figure this out,
Yeah.
but no longer than 18 months?
You think it's going to take that long? Because why would the Coastal Commission care? You're not impacting public parking.
It's a great question.
Because we'd be modifying
Could be
our
argued that they're
LCP.
increasing intensity.
Yeah, so that's why Mayor Pro Tem, that's why the CDP is required. If you're not changing the LCP, it's a locally issued CDP connected to the necessary permit, seemingly a TUP at this point. When it becomes a more permanent solution, it'll need to be a permanent entitlement,
And we,
whatever that looks like under a new program.
and so my direction would, what I would support would be amending our LCP to allow for an administrative CDP that would allow for such of a use, and that would require an LCP amendment, and that's why you're saying 18 months. Right?
I was saying 18 months because I think it's an intensification of use that is potentially something we could issue as a CDP, but also appealable.
It's definitely appealable. Yeah. So, which
Could you issue a TUP for the solution while we wait for?
That's
the-
what I was proposing,
Okay.
but how long would it be?
Okay.
I was
No,
saying,
I meant, so get rid of the park, let's issue a TUP.
No, hold on. Let's stay on the outdoor dining.
staying on outdoor
focus on
dining
that
where you're
for
not
now. Outdoor
impacting
dining.
parking.
So TUP until we can come up with some sort of a change to our code, be an LCP to allow for this. Is that fair?
that's fair. That's
Okay.
currently what we're doing.
But we don't have there's no direction for a permanent program.
Correct. There's no
Because
direction.
the idea is we don't want people in a TUP situation like this.
Eventually, it shouldn't be a TUP.
Yes, that's my point. But so we're giving you
Yeah.
direction to where there's a non-TUP option to achieve that goal.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. So is there direction on
Are
that?
you suggesting that it's the condition that's currently exists to issue the TUP on that?
Yes.
Or, so my point was we could issue a new TUP on pulling them off the road and back onto the sidewalk while we're waiting for that permanent,
But they're not on the road right now.
the parklets.
I know, but hold on. We're sticking on outdoor. Let's focus on outdoor dining for a second.
So on the outdoor dining, the ones that have the zeros, they don't need, they're not required, they're not using any parking why do they need a CDP? To allow tables to be outdoors? Is that?
And anything that is an intensification of a use, so that would likely include new placement of whatever, new chairs, new tables. That is going to be seen as an intensification of use.
Which
I
might
think-
trigger parking requirements.
Not necessarily as a TUP.
No, I'm talking
But
about
as
the
a
permanent
CDP.
solution.
The permanent solution,
That's the problem.
Yeah.
You get into.
I also think, Alex, you were talking about allowing that for those that don't have it now, they could do it too.
Correct. I think that there should be you should be allowed, so we have to get a coastal amendment to be able to allow people to do outdoor dining without a TUP through some sort of an administrator. And so that would be my direction to staff would be come back, talk to the Coastal Commission, figure out the best way to effectuate that.
But it's going to be, as soon as you count those tables, it's an intent to the city attorney's point, it's an intensification of use.
Yeah.
You're going to have, it's going to trigger new parking, even under our existing code, it's probably going to trigger new
But
parking requirements.
there might be a way to add something like what I referenced earlier, where you can reduce your parking requirements by 5 with outdoor dining. So I guess I think you see what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
So have staff come back with a permanent program, because I think sounds like there's consensus that we all want to move that from a temporary solution to a permanent one.
yeah, understood. And I think that if our code requires or our LCP requires an amendment, that's the coastal process. The permanent process, if there's a solution through the code today, would be a CUP amendment as opposed to reissuing TUPs.
I would rather not do that, because I feel like that's just creating another burden. So I think it'd be great if we could come up with a way to do that administratively and get
But
coastal. on
don't you
board.
think we can incorporate new conditions of approval if we issued new CUPs in order to better manage some of these situations?
Mayor, City Attorney, if I might step in here, I think, that's one of the reasons we did include as a second recommendation to return at a future meeting with a work plan outlining the steps, resources, and timelines based on this direction. What I'm hearing is that there is an interest to continue outdoor dining in one of those, at least one or two of those buckets that you've talked about.
We're talking about bucket one, so.
I know, but what I'm saying is we can do a batch TUP amendment of all of them for a year and then work through these questions. You continue, I'll let you continue on, but procedurally, we can let anything continue tonight and come back at a future meeting with a plan that fleshes out some of the things we're talking about. I think what we need to know is our parklets sunsetting Jan 1.
Yeah.
Our outdoor dining on private sunsetting Jan 1 or continuing under a TUP for a year. Our outdoor dining that does not take any parking sunsetting.
Yes, I got it. I think, so I'm just trying to get to the point. So I think we have clear, I'm just trying to focus on one at a time because otherwise we're going to be all over the place. So it sounds like we have consensus to direct staff to extend the TUP for outdoor dining with no parking spaces and come back with a proposed permanent solution of how we could, deal with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Got that.
Are we good on one?
Yep.
Good? Okay, so then now let's go to number 2, outdoor dining that uses private parking spaces. I would say we should extend that. My proposal would be extend that TUP, but then direct all those. Is there a reason, maybe it's a Matt Schneider question, why those, and why Zinc couldn't just come and exercise what's allowed under the code, which is that 5 space reduction?
I think, I agree. I think we should extend the TUP, direct staff to come back, to go through the list and come back with recommendations on what to do with those that don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of them are already using the 5 or the 3, used to be 3, maybe now
Yeah.
it's 5. But,
You're right.
but just direct them to come back, evaluate the rest of the list and come back with a recommendation.
With respect to the existing code or a change in the code? Because I think my point is
To make it permanent.
solution. Yeah.
To make it permanent, right? Give us some options to make it permanent.
Yeah.
And you're going to have different, as you look at each of these and others that may come in the future, right? You're going to have different looks at it.
100%.
What are you going to do with somebody who has, they use the 5, but they want more,
Yeah.
right? What are you going to do with that? So I think we just direct staff to go think about that issue and come back to us.
And then come up with, because hypothetically you could have a situation where those 5 you're good, but then you have to pay some sort of.
Pay some fee,
Okay.
or are we set a max cap, or
Yeah.
you have to lease off-site some spots?
Yeah. I think that's a fair approach.
Different approaches.
They just participate in the plan.
So I think the recommendation would be that they could use existing provisions in the code, and then it sounds like there would need to be staff options about how do you deal with an in lieu fee.
Right.
You're beyond that, or if hypothetically you already exercised those 5.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So then what
it's
would the
clear.
TUP extension be on that? A year?
I think a year makes sense.
1 year.
Okay.
Okay. So we're TUP 1 year on each, and then direction on the outdoor dining, and now we just talked about if there's private spaces impacted. So
We just talked about that.
you've clear
Yeah, I think we're
clear feedback on those 2. So now we get to number 3, public spaces.
Right.
So what were you saying, Mark? And
That would it be possible, Megan, to make the changes that are suggested, pulling folks off the street onto the sidewalks and issuing a TUP for that until we figure out how to, would that need a CDP as well? Probably, because it's intensification.
What if it's the same amount of tables?
Yeah, that's the question ultimately.
While Megan's thinking about that, how's that going to work at any of these locations? Yeah, how are you going to put Salerno on the sidewalk? How are you going to put Oto Sushi on the sidewalk? You're not.
Well, there is room for Odo. There is room for Tango.
Like Odo does
so it seems like the first question is, do we want to extend the TUPs that allow for those the 8 spaces, for parklets in public parking spaces. I think that's kind of question one.
What's your question? What is it?
Yeah, do you want to extend the TUPs for
That-
the parklets?
Right, and then we figure out
Public parklets.
for public parklets.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're a no.
I'm a yes while we figure out the permanent solution. I think the permanent solution is going to be moving as many of these restaurants as we can into sidewalk dining. Some of that might require the bulb outs or extensions to the sidewalk. Some of them might not be possible, but until we have those answers, I think we should extend the TOPs. And I might be in a minority, and that's fine.
How do you suggest we get those answers? I agree with you. And you heard what my recommendation was. Dave said we didn't have, SWA doesn't have.
Not right now. We just adopted a new purchasing policy, which requires us to go through an RFP.
I think we give staff time by extending the TUPs for an additional year. We give staff time to figure out what the process itself needs to look like. And then I like your idea of asking the restaurants, like, okay, we've given you a little bit more grace here, but by the end of this 12-month period, you need to come back with a plan for outdoor dining if you want outdoor dining, or you don't.
That could make use of public spaces.
No, I don't think we want it to make use of public spaces. I think the only public space we would want it to make use of is the bulb outs
The bulb
that
out.
we've agreed upon either as part of AB 413 or some other purpose,
Or widen sidewalks,
or widen
or
sidewalk.
sidewalks that could accommodate.
Exactly.
I agree with that. The only add-on I'd make with that is in connection with the extension of the TUP, there ought to be an adjustment to the fee to get it closer to what we think market rate is, because that was our direction the last time we did it. So,
How old do we think the appraisal is on that?
That was just a comp of several other cities. I have a scope for an appraisal if we want to actually appraise the value for
Probably
public.
should do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one thing, you guys, I have a problem with is I have a problem with the parklets. That's a storage facility. I do.
Yeah, I was just going to address that. Is there any way we could make everybody's life more complicated? And as we extend this,
The propane
grace period
police.
is to put some rules in place to get these people to comply with some maintenance rules?
Yeah, we could work on that. Yeah, conditions, yeah.
Yeah, just condition in the TUP.
Is the concern about daytime that it's storage? Because I don't know that anyone's going to sit there in the daytime anyway, but I don't.
Yeah, daytime
Or
storage.
Quality of the materials or
Quality of
sorry, deterioration of the
materials.
materials and storage
The
of.
way it looks like people are just storing stuff in the street. It looks terrible.
Okay.
And there was a condition originally where they, the parklets had to be open during the day. Is that not correct? For lunch?
That's correct.
And then the planning commission withdrew that in their infinite wisdom.
So can we condition the restaurants to say, if you are open at lunch, then your outdoor dining needs to be open at lunch. You cannot use your parklet for storage and whatever else we think we need to condition.
I think that if they're not using the outdoor parklets at any time, they should put the furniture inside.
We can get to work right away on that too.
So,
Oh.
so again, what I'm hearing is, just to clarify, the parklet, so that this on-street parklets can remain until such time as a year, provided that they're working on something that would transition them onto sidewalks if possible. But at the same time that year goes by, additional maintenance and operation standards would be part of their conditions to the TUP. Is that what I'm hearing?
Would it be too much to ask for a year or another solution, whichever comes first?
no, I was just going to say that.
Oh, not at
If
all.
there's an ability to transition them sooner, they should
Yeah,
transition.
okay.
So then if we want to do that, then shouldn't we reduce the time of that TUP? Because it sounds like we're not going to be able to wait till the bulb outs, right? That's not part of this. So the only idea where they could get out of it is if they're able to find a way to fit on the sidewalk. Is that fair?
Right. So what would you do with someone who can't move their stuff to the sidewalk because the sidewalk's too narrow and otherwise it needs a capital improvement project
I
that
think
requires a
they wouldn't,
CDP?
there wouldn't be parklets there, right? I don't know.
That's interesting. Okay. So you've got to either get up on the sidewalk or you lose it,
So
and you lose it. Okay.
to your point, the options are we either decrease the extension of the TUP, not 12 months, but 6 months, let's say. We say, either the 6-month extension of the TUP or as soon as you can possibly transition to sidewalk dining.
That might be a better approach.
And we'll help with that, help facilitate that to the extent we can. Okay.
And to Aaron's point, when he was talking about aesthetics, I agree with him completely. That's what originally started part of this whole outdoor sidewalk replacement. And so I do think that there are some creative solutions as we work our way through this that to Sue's point and Aaron's point, where it's going to be a lot better aesthetically.
To have them out of the parking spaces. So it seems like, why would we spend time on creating some whole program for, you know, if our direction is to get them out of the parking spaces, right?
I think that's what I'm hearing from my fellow council members is get them out of the public parking spaces.
Mayor, if I may, and we're just discussing back here, we could do a renewal of this, all the 16 businesses TUP for 1 year while we work through the larger program. But anything on that, any of the parklets on public space would have to submit a plan within 6 months to transition out of a parklet. So that brings them up to a 6-month transition time period, gives them some fair warning, more than a month, to submit a plan and work with the city to get up off the road and into the sidewalks, if possible. And then the remaining businesses would get the 12 months.
Yeah.
So it's basically putting parklets on 6 months, TUPs.
Public parklets, yeah.
Public parklets on public property or on the roadway.
So that means practically June 30th.
And if they don't submit,
Is
they
that
have
the
to
right
move.
time, middle of the summer? Is a great time? Okay. I don't know. Yeah.
We could do Labor Day.
What do you folks think?
Well, I just feel like we're overcomplicating in the sense that, like, you're either going to fit or you're not, right? And so
Yeah.
if you're going to, then you are, then if not, then that's it, right?
Okay, so stick
What-
with the 6 months.
I just don't see the
Get
difference.
ready, move, otherwise you lose it on June 30th or July 1st. Okay. I'm gonna be gone that weekend. On purpose. All right, any questions from staff? We feel like we got the right direction?
Yeah.
Okay, good answer. Question from council, you guys feel like we know where we're going, or you want it restated?
I think we got it.
Okay.
Well, if we're talking about 6 months, I don't know if we should spend a lot of time and money updating the fee schedule.
Right.
Appraisals
Agreed.
and all that kind of
Right.
stuff. Let's not spend money on that.
But we'll use whatever ability we have to either have inflated it by CPI or, yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, good discussion.
That was a lot.
Okay, let's take a 6-minute break. So we'll come back at 8:40. the Mills Act item first. And staff, take your time. I apologize for the change. So Matt, let me know when you have your team here, Heather and Anthony. So we'll consider item 22, and I think we could probably do an abbreviated staff report because we get these every year. So and we can see if there's council comment or council questions.
Mayor, I don't know how we want to do this, but talk to the city attorney. I need to recuse myself on 426 Holly just because it's
Okay.
within 500 feet of my house. But I can participate in the other three. So how do you want to do that?
Mr. Mayor, council member, staff, is your presentation set up by property? Or do you have a general discussion?
I was going to have just a general overview of all of the items of each as one presentation. Sorry, I don't have them separated out.
So should she not go into the properties themselves, and then we can take action first on the first three, and then we can segment that after and focus on the one in Holly?
Yep.
Does that sound like a plan?
That works.
Okay. So whenever you're ready. Sorry again for the change. Please go ahead, Heather.
Thank you. Okay, this item before us is a consideration of the 2025 Mills Act contracts for 4 historic properties. The contracts that we have been prepared for City Council consideration and approval as recommended by the Heritage Committee are for 426 Holly Street, 501 Lombardi Lane, 503 Brooks Street, and 2646 Victoria Drive. And these Mills Act contracts will provide tax reduction incentives.
Just to be clear, we're talking only right now about 2 through 4 for purposes of
Yes, so we'll start with 2 through 4 for 501 Lombardi, 503 Brooks, and 2646 Victoria.
Perfect.
Okay. So the applicants provided in their contract applications, they provided descriptions of work, timelines, and cost estimates for the rehabilitation program for a 10-year term, and these were required Heritage Committee review. So 503 Brooks Street on August 18th, the Heritage Committee recommended approval of the work plan for the property as proposed with no changes. For 2646 Victoria Drive, the Heritage Committee recommended some modifications to the work plan, including just the times when certain improvements would be needed. And then they also made a recommendation that the window highlighted in yellow there be replaced. And the property owner was not in agreement with that change. Staff contacted the historic consultant, and the historic consultant stated that that existing non-original window did not need to be replaced in order for the property to be on the Mills Act contract. And so we removed that from the timeline, but the city council could recommend that that change be added back in.
So as is, the recommendation is not to require replacement of the window.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then for 501 Lombardi Lane, on September 15th, the Heritage Committee recommended approval of the work plan as proposed. With the 4 items that are on, the 4 that are requested, it's projected that approximately $32,227 per year would be, quote, lost for the 4 requested contracts per year for tax income. Sorry. And the city council has 4 options. You could adopt and execute the preservation agreements for the 3 projects. You could adopt the resolution and make modifications to the agreements, or you can continue the projects to a future date if you want to direct staff for additional information, or you could deny the requests. Staff is recommending that you adopt the resolutions for 501 Lombardi, 503 Brooks Street, and 2646 Victoria Drive. authorize the manager to sign the agreements and recommend that the project be found exempt from CEQA.
Great, thank you. Any questions? No questions. Okay, so
I do have a quick question. So these are 10-year, 10-year plans, 10-year maintenance plans, 10-year contracts, right? So, and I don't know, that's a while off for these properties, but do people renew? There's an automatic renewal. I guess my question is this. It says in the staff report, there's an automatic 1-year renewal, but are there new improvements that are required in years 11 and beyond?
No, the timeline is only adopted at the one time. And so at the end of that 10 years, there is no new timeline and new items to be done on the property. It's just ongoing maintenance from that point.
Okay, but the tax reduction continues beyond the 10 year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question on the tax reduction? If they have an ADU, for example, and it's a freestanding ADU, do they still get the exemption for both properties or one property?
Our understanding is that the tax exemption is for the whole property, but we can explore going forward if there is an ADU, for example, that perhaps the tax exemption is only on a portion, but we would need to speak with the tax assessors and get some additional information.
And our understanding is that there are other jurisdictions that do apply the Mills Act tax incentive only to the historic component of the property. So we do believe that the county tax assessor could provide that incentive only for the historic component of the site. And we would look to the city council for that direction if that is the will of the council.
okay. Any further questions? So if not, what we'll do is we'll take public comment on Lombardi, Brooks, and Victoria. We'll hold on Holly Street. So now is your chance to speak if you have any public testimony.
Good evening. It's past my bedtime, but I'm Brent Liljestrom, and I own the property at 2646 Victoria. And it's been a late night, et cetera. We're here, my wife Diane and I are here just in case anybody had questions. But we love our house. We love Laguna. I may be the only one here that went to Elisa Elementary.
Oh, wow.
From kindergarten through 6th grade. But anyway, thanks for all. I'm glad we came here. It's been since 5 o'clock for me. But I am really thrilled to see, I know some of you better than I know others, but I'm really proud to see the fact that you guys all care a hell of a lot about Laguna. And I can tell, even though you might have differences of opinion, different political spectrums, whatever, as a longtime Laguna guy, it does my heart good. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. It's past my bedtime as well. My wife, Savannah, back there, and we just moved to 503 Brooks, and we'll be celebrating almost a year in December. It's been incredible getting to know our neighbors and just the history of Brook Street in general. We're looking to have a family pretty soon here, and we love the charm of our house, the historic, preservation we're hoping to keep for the long term. So I too wanted to introduce myself. This is my first council, so thank you for having me. Very interesting. And if you guys have any questions, happy to answer whatever. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? None. Okay, so let's bring this back to the city council. Who wants to start?
I think I'm going to make a couple of comments here because I'm not going to be up here while you guys take the last item. But I think I'm prepared to approve these 2, 3, and 4 tonight. But as a process going forward, and I think, we had some input from Kathy Yerka, who's one of the members of our Heritage Committee. I think she made the point that, Sue, you brought up, which is on the assessed value. I think we should give staff some direction going forward here to look at that. It doesn't make sense to give tax dollars away for non-historic portions of the property. I mean, I think it ought to be like LA County does it, limited to the historic portions of the property, which are the ones to be maintained. The second thing I think, and I've felt this for years, you know, I think the list of maintenance, the maintenance plans, they vary widely, you know, property to property, and some of them are really good and comprehensive, and some of them are just things like inspect this and inspect that. And, you know, we used to have no follow-up at all, and now we, you know, a couple of years ago, we did at least get to the point of requiring, I don't know if they're coming in, but they're supposed to file reports. So I'd like to suggest that we, you know, develop a process for, and maybe this is through the Heritage Committee, but for kind of giving us some policy recommendations as to, you know, how those maintenance lists, plans should be developed and scrubbed and sort of vetted before they get to us. And so that's one. And then the assessed value is two. And then, you know, I guess this is how the plan has worked or is set up to work. But, you know, beginning in year 11, I guess you never have to do anything. You get a tax credit, but you never have to do anything further. So I don't know whether it's permitted under the state law or whether we should, but that would be another thing that I would think we would want maybe, again, Heritage to look at and advise on, you know, is that something that's done elsewhere that should be considered? So again, I think none of those applicable to tonight's 2, 3, and 4 in my view. That's all prospective, but I wanted to share those before I step down.
Can I ask, and so I agree with everything you just said. And I also would approve the 3 that are before us at this time. Could we broaden your request a bit and just explore have Heritage Committee spend some time exploring best practices in general to see if they find other areas that could be approved as far as the process is concerned?
That makes sense.
I'd be fine with that, but I would want the specific ones I'd mentioned. I want feedback on that.
Of course, emphasizing those, but I believe as council's liaison to the Heritage Committee, and attending the meetings, I just think that there's some things that we can explore that might make things more certain and easier for applicants and the city and staff.
You know, I agree with you guys, but I have a little bit, I mean, if it were up to me, I'd put a moratorium on Mills Acts right now and go back and look at what we have on the list, see if people are complying, because we're getting $750,000 of taxpayer money. So I want to make sure all these people are complying. Or if, you know, if they've been modified in a way that they're no longer historic. So, I mean, I want to make sure that if we give somebody a Mills Act contract, the city is staffed well enough to monitor and manage it, because if we're not, then what are we doing?
In my opinion, best practices would include that, make sure we're getting our money's worth, right? And I do think that to Bob's point about monitoring these properties past the 10-year point is something that is not unusual.
When is the next opportunity for someone? Because we do this only like one round a year.
We accept the up to 10 Mills Act applications, usually starting in mid-January through mid to late March. And then we begin the process of the assessments and going through Heritage Committee.
So I'm wondering if, I mean, to Sue's point and to the points Bob raised, and it sounds like I agree with what Mark's saying, it's a $750,000 area. Okay.
So yeah, let us look at that and see if we could parcel out some time to reform and in time for this next round of applications. We might have to hold off.
It might be the next round, but it seems like it's worthwhile doing kind of almost a deep dive on all of, you know, what are the best practices? Because, you know, why wouldn't we do that once? And then we know going forward that we have a great program in place. And it just seems like that deep dive is worthwhile.
And look, we could also not accept any applications next year while this is going. They just miss a year of the benefit. I don't want to hurt the program, but
yeah.
How many homes do we have in the Mills Act? Like 330 or something like that?
On the historic register, it's about 330, I believe. Mills Act approximately 138.
Okay.
And can you remind me, I know this is a rookie question, the 743 is net savings that the taxpayer has, or is that the amount that doesn't come to the city anymore?
That's the amount that does not come to the city anymore.
So their tax benefit is
2.8
an
million.
additional 75% of that.
Yeah.
So the school district's not getting it and the county's not getting it and vector control's not getting it. Okay. Interesting.
Or-
That's a
or
lot of
does
money.
it just apply to the cities or it applies to the whole?
It sounds like it just
Yeah.
applies to the city share, the 23 to 24% that we get and by average tax rate area. Is that what you're saying?
Or is that what are we just waiving that money? They still have to, no, it's the whole thing. Got it. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we have to do a moratorium. I'm okay. I just think we should do a deep dive on it and really do that once and then not have to know going forward. We have a good, I think that just seems like the most efficient approach.
Well, yeah, but they have people that are going to be applying. So I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take you guys because we keep larding on stuff for them to do, but I don't know how long it's going to take
What-
you guys to do that.
Why don't we do this? If whatever you feel like you're headed with these applications, please do that. And we'll report back to you maybe with a consent item to say how long we think it's going to take to do the deeper dive.
Good.
And how that might affect the next
Good.
application
That's
period.
a sound approach.
But there could be some conversations with the Heritage Committee if we, if my allowance allowed for our conversation with the consultant.
Yeah.
That, I don't know, we might be able to give the Heritage Committee some direction and then they could, look at some of these applications with a little bit more, crucial eye as we go through this deep dive, as Alex puts it. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out
It sounds like the recommendation is to have staff come back with some sort of a policy recommendation about how we do this deep dive and then also, ensure that we are, to the extent that it makes sense, figuring out how we navigate applications in 2026. That
sounds good.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you have that direction.
Yeah, I'm clear on it.
Any questions or comments related to the 3 applications in front of us? No? I would move go ahead.
I know this is a second bite of the apple, sort of, but this is more a policy thing to throw out. It's very easy focusing now just on the Mills Act to kind of separate it from the historical aspect. And the thing that's really important for our city, we want to encourage people who have historical properties, I
agreed.
think, to maintain them as such. When one, as you know, the way we've done it here in Laguna, before you're eligible for Mills Act relief, you have to be on the historical register. That's a very long, involved, and very thorough process, one that involves city consultants and people coming by and doing all that, which is great. In our case, at least, we said we have a very historical place. We don't want to do anything more to the outside. This is the kind of place that should be preserved, but it's going to cost money. There's a Mills Act thing. So you kind of do it, but don't lose sight of the fact when you're talking about this subsidy or the word subsidy, every property owner, including my wife and I, who have agreed to restrict our homes and make them historical, are doing that for a reason, but also realizing that our property value is significantly negatively impacted by that.
Totally.
So all I'm suggesting when you're thinking about all this analysis, don't get too caught up on just, it's this big subsidy, because you'll discourage people from doing it and then you won't have any historical places.
Well said. Yeah, maybe there, and
Good
there
point,
could be
Brad.
opportunities.
And that's very understood.
Yeah.
Some of these, as I mentioned, I'm on the liaison of the Historic Committee. And there are some folks that are part of that committee that are very involved with this whole effort. And they have some recommendations that I think are influencing some of our decisions as well. So there's a multitude of reasons we want to, it's not just a subsidy, it's really fine tuning things and making sure that we have a process that is looked at and modernized and efficient.
Yeah, just not done just the way that we've always done it, because that's how we've done it. Okay, good. So I think we have direction on the policy question. I would move that we approve the applications as recommended by staff for the Lombardi, Brooks, and Victoria.
Second.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we'll excuse Councilmember Whalen for a conflict due to proximity. Okay, and then Heather, can we now talk about 426 Holly Street? Well, we'll get the staff presentation and then we'll be ready for, if you you want to sit up in the front, we'll have you ready to go. Good.
Thank you. Okay. The property at 426 Holly was reviewed by the Heritage Committee on August 18th. And they suggested three modifications to the work plan, adding a requirement to replace the front door, to replace columns in a rear breezeway, and replacing the front fence. The owner was not in agreement and requested reconsideration at the September 15th hearing. At that meeting, there was good discussion and the committee revised their recommendations, and the owner is now in agreement with the work plan. And so staff is recommending approval of that Mills Act request.
Good. Okay. Any questions of staff? I don't see any, so let's open public comment with our new arts commissioner. Please go ahead.
Good evening, or should I say almost good morning. Cindy Schwartz, 426 Holly Street. It's a beautiful place to reside because the subdivision that Holly Street is in was started in 1906. It was one of the first subdivisions, and what they did in order to get people to live there is they said, first subdivision with your own water. And I think, when I think of that, and I think of our water district, I get a sense of pride. A couple of things that were just mentioned. There were two major resources, this is just one of them, over 50 pages, that go into looking very delicately and carefully at whether or not a property should be considered to be historic. And not only was 426 Holly Street asked to be historic, but it was also asked if you would like, you could be on the California resource list. It was finished in 1950, so she's 75 years old. That takes a tremendous amount of effort and care. The windows are wood. Imagine if you were building today, would you put in wood windows at the beach? You know, they really take a hit. One of the things that I commented that I thought was quite interesting is when an architect draws a set of plans, he or she is not living in the home. They're drawing plans based on what the homeowner is asking for. Oh, I want a cottage, I want to have 2 bedrooms and all this kind of thing. However, it doesn't always mean that the home is going to be built exactly to what was on the drawing. And we know that because when we build things, we sometimes make improvements or changes. As for 426 Holly, I heard you talk a little bit about wondering whether or not you should include an ADU as part of the heritage, the Mills Act abatement for the tax. What I can tell you is on Holly Street, the garage was built in 1950, just like the home was. So it is part of the original blueprints, drawings, etc. And then I went ahead and I modified the interior only of the garage, except for the garage door, because you don't need a garage door, and turned it into an ADU. And the city approved it. I built it in 4 months. It's wonderful to have because we never know if we're going to need it. So in my case, if there were any questions about whether or not, I'm sorry.
You could finish. Yeah.
Any need to allow for the entire property to be afforded the abatement of tax, I think I fit the mold. Not to mention, I take such good care of the property. I treat it like it should be treated. And I think most, except for a few of the homes that I see that nobody takes care of anything, which is terrible, because there's a lot of pressure to take care of a home in Laguna. But my little home, you're all invited. I take very good care of it, between the painting and making sure water doesn't get in and so forth. So I'm very happy to be asking for the Mills Act because I want to continue and I want my trust and my children to be able to do the same. And there'll be plenty of income for them to be able to do that, which is important because she's 75 and
Yeah.
I, like Laguna, want her to live to be over 100. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, any
Um,
questions?
Any questions? No. So it sounds like that ADU in this case is a historic resource.
Yes, it is.
So if we were to change it, it sounds like that would be applied to like a new ADU
Yes.
detached that's not historic. Okay, good.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Cindy. Any other comments on this item? We're gonna bring this back to council. Any questions of staff or if we don't have any, then I'll just move the recommended action related to 426 Holly Street.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good. Congratulations, everyone. Okay. Now we're gonna go to, as Councilmember Whaling comes back, we'll wait for a second. Whenever you guys are ready.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jane Abzeg. I'm Assistant City Attorney. And with me tonight is Anthony Vieira, Deputy Community Development Director, and Matthew Schneider, Community Development Director. We are here to present on the Design Review Efficiency Ordinance and also the Efficiency Ordinance. So as a high-level overview, the purpose of this item was originally intended to reduce backlog within the Community Development Department and improve processing of planning applications within the Community Development Department. We previously have discussed the changes in this ordinance and categorized them into 4 different buckets. The first bucket consists of common practices not yet in the code. The second bucket consists of a reduction in the triggers for design review and also a reduction in the findings and criteria for design review. The third bucket is other miscellaneous items, and the fourth bucket relates to public work projects. The City Council previously considered this matter on October 1st, 2024, when there was a community workshop about feedback on how to solve some of the backlog and efficiency issues in the Community Development Department, including the development of the Design Review Efficiency Ordinance. On October 17th, 2024, the city released a copy of the DR ordinance and a cover letter. March 12th, there was a joint study session. April 8th, 2025, the City Council directed that city staff bring it to the Planning Commission. And then July 22nd, 2025, there was the discussion about the development of objective design standards. So briefly, as a quick overview, some of the common practices not yet in the code would be the concept of zone clearance and staking for coastal development permits. The second bucket would be reduction in the findings and criteria for design review. There are now proposed to be 9 criteria for design review. The third bucket would be miscellaneous items, such as a new limitation on 2 public hearings before the Design Review Board and Planning Commission, and a prohibition on resubmittals of the same parcel for 6 months, removal of some duplicative language in other sections of Title 25 relating to design review findings and criteria in certain neighborhoods, and then some other clarifying changes in language. The fourth bucket relates to public works projects. We've broken them up into de minimis projects that can be exempt and just confirm that they comply with the zoning ordinance. Another category as minor, which can be approved by the community development director, and then major, which would be considered by the planning commission. Since July 22nd City Council meeting and the discussion about the development of objective design standards, there have been some other brief modifications, which are depicted in the staff report and on the screen. I'll just run through them very quickly. One would be deeming an application withdrawn if the applicant does not respond to incomplete comments within 90 days, specifying that an application cannot be deemed complete without the payment of application fees, adding exemptions from design review for annual weed abatement and fuel modification, adding back into the design review criteria environmental context, repealing and replacing the appeal provision so that the city council is not limited by standards of review in its decisions, adding a designee to the definition of community development director, staking requirements for a CDP, providing a process, a clear process for LCP amendments to better guide city staff, adding a definition of environmentally sensitive area to better guide applicants, modifying certain sign permit requirements to make processing easier within community development, exempting certain wireless communication facilities owned and operated by the city or other regional public agencies to improve wireless service and emergency operation connectivity within the city. New provisions relating to general plan amendments and the findings that must be required, repealing and replacing SB 9 provisions to reflect the changes that have been implemented by SB 450 to better guide city staff on how to process applications, and modifying the lot line adjustment provisions so that they can be considered administratively. I'm now going to turn it over to Anthony Vieira to give a high-level overview of the objective design standards, phase 1, that is in the design review efficiency ordinance, and then you'll take it from there.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. In recent years, the state of California has adopted a series of housing laws, and there's a pretty consistent trend that we're seeing, and that's generally speaking an erosion of local control over certain types of housing development projects. There are certain projects that the city will need to process by applying only objective design standards or ODS to projects. And without ODS, the city has more limited review authority over such applications. In order to retain more local control on design, the City Council directed city staff on July 22nd to proceed with a two-phased approach to developing the ODS. Breaking up the work on the ODS over 2 phases will allow the city to more quickly implement ODS. The phase 1 ODS has been incorporated into a revised draft ordinance attached to your agenda report this evening, and it implements a box inside a box concept as discussed with the council in July. And phase 2, which is forthcoming, will introduce architectural design standards. Phase 1 essentially establishes a more restrictive single-story building envelope for new primary dwelling units. New primary dwelling units that meet the criteria summarized on the screen would be exempt from design review. This design review exempt permit pathway would restrict development to a height of 16 feet, which is consistent with the height allowances afforded to a detached ADU structure under California law. The standards also increase the minimum required setbacks by 20%. For landscaping, there are maximum height limits being proposed at either 16 feet within the buildable envelope or 6 feet within a rear or side yard setback and a 4-foot maximum within the front yard. All lighting would be required to be fully shielded in accordance with the city's Good Neighbor Outdoor Lighting Ordinance. Primary dwelling units that meet these requirements would be exempt from design review. This would not exempt new pools or other improvements that trigger design review independent from the primary structure. Phase 2 is a consultant-led effort that will build on phase 1. In phase 1, we are mostly addressing building massing. Phase 2 will layer in objective architectural style and character standards. The city has retained an architecture and urban design firm, JKA, to lead this effort. These standards will address single-family, multifamily, including mixed use, and hillside residential development. And we will start by developing the single and two-family standards first. In addition to the text amendments, Phase 2 will include a series of illustrative examples and fillable checklist forms to make the standards more user-friendly. JKA will be presenting the existing conditions report to a joint session of the Planning Commission and Design Review Board tomorrow as a first step to developing the administrative draft of the Phase 2 standards. After that point, we will work with a consultant to develop that first draft, and we expect to return to the City Council to make the public debut of that first draft in the springtime for public review and discussion. And after that point, we anticipate holding public hearings for the adoption in the summer. Lastly, I did want to mention that both phases of the ODS expand the range of options that applicants will have to entitle a new primary dwelling unit. They're not the only option. Applicants would still be able to opt into the more standard design review process if they want to, for example, propose a two-story residential structure. And with that, the city staff is recommending that the council direct staff to submit the design review efficiency ordinance to the California Coastal Commission for consideration and feedback, and to then proceed with a public hearing before the Planning Commission. Also direct staff to process an urgency ordinance version of the design review efficiency ordinance for consideration by the Planning Commission and Council. Direct staff to process an urgency and non-urgency version of the efficiency ordinance for consideration by the Council, and adopt a resolution that limits the Design Review Board and Planning Commission as appropriate to a maximum of 2 public hearings and meetings on a housing development project application, and with modification to make the resolution effective immediately upon adoption. And finally, find the council's actions exempt under state CEQA guidelines, section 15301 for existing facilities. That will conclude the staff presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Questions for staff?
Just to maybe provide a little clarity to me and perhaps to others who are listening. So you've got the urgency and non-urgency version of the efficiency ordinance. So what's going to be the difference between those two?
So the goal is that they would be identical. The reason that we process both is because at a certain point, urgency ordinances, there has to be a basis to support that urgency. And so as time passes, it weakens the basis. And so that is why we process a regular ordinance at the same time.
Urgency dissipates.
Exactly. And what's supporting the urgency in this context is because we have to process a local coastal program amendment, which requires the Coastal Commission to weigh in, which takes time.
And the coastal council member, the Coastal Commission we take the position that the whole urgency ordinance qualifies to be an interim urgency ordinance. We have in past instances had a disagreement with Coastal about that. We've had to pull things out. And so that's the other piece of that, is that we want the regular ordinance. They've allowed the regular ordinance to proceed, but disagreed with that components of the urgency ordinance. And so if we get to that point here, we may have to pull pieces out to allow the rest of the urgency ordinance to take effect.
Okay, so we're going to start out by just giving them, saying they mirror image of one another, and then we'll see what they say.
Correct.
And go from there. Thank you.
And then if something does get pulled out of the urgency ordinance, the other ordinance would replace it.
The Mayor Pro Tem, so if the urgency ordinance, which takes effect immediately, Coastal may say, we need to vet that issue more. So we're not going to let you have that effective immediately. We'd keep it in the regular ordinance with the hope that by the time that we kind of duke it out with them, that we can get it resolved. Yeah.
Right.
And my second question was going to be, can you just give a quick summary? It starts on page 94. I mean, just so we're all on the same page of the efficiency ordinance. Probably should have had a different name. It's HVAC stuff, it looks like. I mean, it's minor stuff, but can you just describe what that ordinance is doing at a high level?
Absolutely, council member. So with that change, it would expand the design review exemptions for certain qualifying mechanical equipment applications. Specifically, today, a unit would only qualify if it's ground mounted. Staff would expand that requirement to also capture units that are perhaps wall mounted, but at that same ground floor level. Additionally, it would allow for the mechanical equipment to be located within a required side yard setback, just as it's currently allowed within a required rear yard setback, but maintaining a minimum 5-foot clearance from the side property line. And I also want to clarify here that the city would continue to ensure that regardless of where the mechanical equipment is being proposed, that it is projected to comply with the city's allowable noise limits to ensure that impacts on adjoining properties are minimized.
Thank you.
Further questions of staff? Okay, so let's open this up to the public for testimony.
I love staying this long with you. I think there may be just a few of us here that have managed to survive, but I think there are many people that looked at that agenda bill and were just overwhelmed with the volume of it. It's 150 pages in the ordinance itself, plus another 100 pages of information about proposals and contracts and the people who worked on it and are going to work on it. It's really overwhelming. And I have to say, I was not able to read all 150 pages of this ordinance. And so I'm concerned that you're approving, possibly approving this tonight without further scrutiny and ability for the public to really study this. Just as an example, it says that the sign permits are going to allow internally lit signs under certain conditions. That's huge. The ban on internally lit signs was so fought long before I ever got on the council. It was almost in the category of the height limit in terms of the amount of controversy and the persistence of Councilmember Dan Kenny to make sure that we changed the look of the signs in Laguna Beach. And it has made a terrific difference if you go through Laguna Beach compared to Corona Del Mar. And the part that's in common in that difference is the lighting, the internally lit option. And in recent years, there have been exceptions made to it, which are startling. And I don't think we should be embarking on further polluting that or diluting that ordinance. So that's just one part of what might be found in this ordinance if we had more scrutiny of every detail. Also, there's provisions in there that some of these provisions don't apply to ADUs. So I don't understand that because I thought we were doing this objective standard thing to try to grasp some of the lack of control that we're having regarding ADUs. And if this doesn't apply, then why are we doing it? Now that's probably a lack of understanding that Anthony will be able to explain completely, but I imagine other people might have this same concern. Also concerned about landscape height standards. I mean, if all we can have is 4-foot high shrubs in the front, 6-foot high shrubs in the back, and trees no higher than the house, how this city is going to look will be terrible. And we shouldn't be promoting that as a desirable thing. So I would suggest that you please not adopt this tonight. I assumed you're not, it didn't say you're adopting it. You didn't have a first reading. So I don't really understand. Are you adopting it or just sending it to Coastal to get some comments? That was unclear.
We'll clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So please give us a little more time to go over this.
Okay. Thank you, Ann. Next speaker, please. And while she's doing this is going to have to go to both. For both, they're going to have to go to the urgency and the regular have to go to Planning Commission and then back to us. Is that fair?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. This is just an opportunity for council to weigh in, study it, make sure that they're comfortable with the ordinance. It actually has not started the official adoption process, which is to go to Planning Commission.
Okay. And we'll get to the other questions later. I wrote those down. Okay. Please go ahead, Aaron.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. I would agree with Ann. It was really overwhelming. I stared at it for about 5 hours until my eyes glazed over and came up with some comments that may or may not be, they may be tangential to everything that's going on here, but I think that they could be important. Do you have that image? Yeah. So the first thing I saw when I was really harping on the administrative design review process, what I think is a new process here in the city. And there were a whole list of exceptions, HVAC and pool pumps and so forth, and those could go through an administrative design review. And then it said, as long as it's not a major remodel, it could go through administrative design review. And the example given by staff was basically like new siding or something like that. This is a project that I'm very familiar with, and this was not a major remodel. I believe the current code is 50% increase, so you could come right up to doubling the size of a property and theoretically at least not be a major remodel. So that's a lot to go through administrative design review. And there was also some note about possibly changing what a major remodel means, so it may be taken care of. I believe that the public notice for administrative design review for the neighbors should be longer, such as 30 days. Right now you have it at 15 working days. And that additional time will make it a lot less likely that someone is out of town and they return to a fully approved project, because if the way it's written, if no neighbor objects, stamped approved. So if somebody's out of town for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they could come back and see some stakes and it's already approved and there's no appeal. I think that there's no appeal anyway. Just a small note, I saw a lot of times through there was different use of days. Some were calendar days and some were working days. I think that's going to be confusing. And this is just a general comment with how things are done now. It says the plans, the neighbors get noticed and they say the plans are available at the counter, and the counter's open, I don't know, 8 or 9 to 12:30, Monday through Thursday. So if you want to go see the plans, you have to take a day off work if you're a working person and go down there. And I just feel like it's 2026 and we're sending these notices out. Why can't there be a QR code that's download the plans, and then you have, you can see it, you can have the full 15 days. I think it should be more like 30 days. But you can see it, you can take some time to really process it, because what it is right now, it comes out in the agenda report, there's a little link to it, but it comes out 3 days ahead of time, and you don't really have a lot of time to process what it is and what it means. So I think if we could get those plans out to the neighbors so that they could really digest them, I think that would be a smart change, whether it's administrative design review or whether we're doing any changes or not. That would be a smart change. One thing that I liked was, with these appropriate timelines and hopefully publishing the plans online well in advance, I like the mechanism that some projects could be deemed approved without going through any sort of administrative design review or otherwise. And I think that there will be some people who specifically design their projects to be non-adversarial so that they can avoid that process. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Grisman.
once again. I'm coming at you as a layperson who tried to read this. 150, I can hardly read 5 pages written by an attorney, no offense, but 150 pages to try and understand. I don't know how you can expect the public to get all this. Nobody is going to read this, you guys. Nobody is. I mean, if Anne can hardly understand it, it's mind-boggling. I don't know why you have to do so much at once. Can't you break it down and do pieces? I mean, look at everything you're trying to accomplish. The downtown specific plan, you're changing all of that, and now design review, you want to mainstream. Believe me, I am not a fan of design review. I have been there probably 5 or 6 times I have built in this town, but I appreciate what it does for us. And it gives us this town, and it keeps the big developers from coming in. So I hope that maybe you will rethink this and bring it so that we, the public who don't read all this kind of lingo all the time, can understand what you're trying to do and can make some sense. I'm not going to sit down and read 150 pages of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Amy Jackson, good evening. I'm here to ask you something on a much more global level. It seems like our city has taken on, just as was said, to take on all aspects of what keeps this jewel of a town so special, and all of the safeguards that protect the character and create a home and a sense of place that is unique in the world. People travel here, people come here, and they are charmed by the aspects that all of these cumbersome and difficult rules that we have that we're trying to fix. But those rules safeguard something really, really sacred. And this wholesale change is incredible to propose. From the signage issue, where so many neon signs are already up in town, I think I've counted about 40 that have already been put in, and we are not supposed to have neon in town. I don't know why that's happening. I've been wanting to make a spreadsheet and send it into the city. But the proliferation of neon signs, the height limits, the landscape issues where no trees, where I have an amazing tree that is beloved and is also a pain in the neck, but I love that tree, and people stop and hug it all the time. To take these aspects that make our town that so unique and special and put them into a 150-page document that is just going to be approved is really dangerous, and it's really shocking. And I want to ask you, as said before, let's scale this back. Let's look at it a piece at a time. Let's be thoughtful and really, really respectful of the government that's come before us that tried to safeguard this town and has more or less kept it to be a very unique and special environment. And let's continue that and not run head into a giant change that sounds like it's going to undo a lot of the safeguards that we take for granted. So please, I would ask you to hold off and rethink this change, and let's go step at a time, because we all know there are problems. Design review is definitely one of them, but we can be better. We have the ability in this town to take on these challenges without throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers? I don't see any. Let's bring it back to council. So let me just start with a couple questions. So when was the first draft for this whole concept of going through this look at our design review process? When did this process start?
We had a workshop in October of 2024, didn't we? And yeah.
We had the workshop October 1st, 2024, and then October 17th, 2024, the city released a copy of the DR efficiency ordinance and the cover sheet summarizing the changes and asking for feedback from the public within a certain period of time.
And we got a lot of feedback, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and then we
Yeah.
went through that feedback and presented it at the March 12th, 2025 joint study session that was among the city council members, planning commissioners, and design review board members.
Yeah, we had everybody lined up here in a row. Everybody had a chance to speak. It was a great meeting.
Mhm. And then after that meeting, we summarized the feedback and went to the city council on April 8th, 2025, and then sought direction on what feedback to incorporate after the joint session. And then at that point, the city council directed to go to the planning commission, but city staff actually, I think, suggested delaying the item to discuss objective design standards because the city was already doing it in the context of implementing its obligations under its existing housing element for multifamily residential and had a consultant to prepare those objective design standards. And so since we had the design review efficiency ordinance all drafted with input from the city council about how to proceed, we thought it would be wise to get feedback on the development of objective design standards for primary dwelling units.
And you want to remind everybody why the objective design standards are so important? What is the hammer hanging over our head if we don't have them?
Yes, so most people remember SB 9, which is the law that allows you to split a lot roughly in half and then create essentially 2 primary dwelling units on each side. And then more recently, the legislature enacted SB 450, which actually removed the city's ability to apply certain standards that do not apply objectively to all uniform development within the zone. And so while the city has its coastal development permit authority under the Coastal Act, because there is a carve out under SB 450, the city or city staff rather suggested developing objective design standards in the event, the law ever changes down the line so that the city is prepared to address those types of projects when they come in.
So in other words, without doing what we're doing today as a part of this process, we're the character that makes Laguna unique is not going, we're not going to be able to regulate for that.
Right.
Right.
And design review still exists. There are plenty of projects that will still qualify for design review that has the discretionary process. So for example, if you are seeking to build a single family home that, doesn't fit within that box within a box, like that tiny house, essentially that Anthony was describing earlier, then you go through the full design review process. You want to do something bigger. You want to do something that's, has more triggers for design review. You go through that process. But or if you need a swimming pool, there are plenty of triggers that still require design review.
And then like because Aaron had brought up a good point about the case study of, what am I, the picture that looked like a 2-story house. So that would be outside of the box. So that would still go to design review under the same process.
Correct. Because in the city's current drafted design review efficiency ordinance, anything that's above the height limit of, 16 feet, triggers design review.
And then the signs, we're not saying that it's an over-the-counter approval of signs that are lighted. It's if the planning commission in a discretionary hearing, if they can make certain findings about that. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor. It would require a public hearing before the Planning Commission, and there are additional review criteria that the commission would need to take into consideration in order to approve.
Okay. And
Can I talk a little briefly about why that's coming up? We are finding people who are proposing signs that are quite artful. They do use internal illumination, and then we thought there should be an avenue whereby those are not automatically denied because the lighting technology is changing so quickly since this was adopted that we thought there should be at least some subjective process to approve that. No, I know the meetings, that part's over and I don't, but you'd have to sit in our shoes and see what we see coming through here. It doesn't look like a neon tube. We're seeing other things come in and automatically they're denied. And we think at least there should be a discussion that it doesn't need, again, the council's action tonight is not to approve this. It's to move something forward through the process and have a community discussion about it. I apologize, I'm being defensive, but we see that those things coming through, and it seems like our code is not kept up with technology, especially lighting technology. Again,
Hold on. We're not going to do it with the public hearings closed when there's going to be at least 2 more meetings on this. So more than that. So, so question about Aaron, I like the point about working days versus calendar days. Is there a reason why we have?
Sounds like that needs to be corrected.
I think that seems like a good idea, just to have a consistent set of days. And then with respect to the idea of, so if there's admin DR, or any decision, do you have to go to the counter to get the plans? That seems archaic, and maybe that's a Matt Schneider question. Because I think the QR code idea is a good one.
So we do offer that you can come during regular business hours and look at a hard set of plans, and that would be 7:30 to 5:30. We have permitting counter hours, which are people pulling building permits, but the counter functions all day, 7:30 to 5:30. But we also encourage people to contact the project planner, and they can absolutely schedule a virtual meeting with them. They will pull up the plans. They can walk through the plans. We do that quite frequently. The issue with the QR code is the sets of plans change quite frequently. Especially, it's not uncommon that once a project is noticed and staked, an issue comes up between neighbors and they make some revisions, and it's really hard to keep that up in real time. And so sort of for version control, it's not impossible. It would just be an added burden to try to maintain that based just on the volume of changes that kind of happen at the end.
But potentially we get to a point where we have a system where it's easy to do that.
Correct. And I will say, I think 3 days was cited as when they show up online. I think we generally put our staff reports out at least a week in advance, sometimes even more. So the digital plans are available when the staff reports go out the week in advance, and we could certainly look into the QR code technology.
Okay, those are my questions.
One of the other comments Aaron had was on the administrative DR timing. What is the notice? Is it 15 days?
I believe it's 15 working days.
So we're going to figure out whether we have working days or total days, but it sounds like that is a little tight. So, I guess a couple comments on the overall process. I think the city manager did a good job of laying it out. This has been a long process already. I think this is at least the 3rd version of this ordinance that we've seen, and that I know that I've commented on. Spent a lot of time with Jane and appreciate her sitting through that and incorporating comments. It's, as I look at it, the package is long, and I'll grant you, and I am a lawyer, and it took me 4 or 5 hours to get through it, and that was on the second pass. So it's thick, no question about it. But a couple of things. One, on pages 87 to 93, there's sort of the Reader's Digest version of what's happening with this ordinance, and I think it's important to read that, and it's very helpful. And some of the changes, and I like the way the staff did this, they categorized the practical effect. Some of these are minor, some of these are major, and some of them are sort of modest, right? So I encourage people to look at that as they try to digest this and understand it. I think it's absolutely essential that we do the objective design standards that we have got embedded in here for the reasons stated. We have lost control of the process where, thanks to Sacramento in a lot of cases, and now with those going into effect, or assuming they get through and get approved, we will be able to say to everybody, you have a pathway, an objective pathway to develop a relatively modest home on your property. And if you want to go above that, good for you, but you're going to design review. So I think that's a very important step for us to take. I think a lot of these other items are, they've been debated with DRB, with planning. They'll be redebated by them again. I think they're on board for most of them, but a lot of it's things that, we've all sat through a lot of DR. It sort of condenses down the findings, which is important from a legal standpoint so that we don't miss findings and get challenged, as to the adequacy of findings by someone who wants to file suit. There's collapsing down some of the criteria to get to the essential ones, which really come down to view equity, privacy, neighborhood compatibility, which are the key ones. Although we did put back in the environmental impact one as well. So, I think it's, and then we've moved more stuff to administrative DR, which makes sense. So I think it's been a very thoughtful process. People can certainly disagree with parts of it because nobody's going to agree on something this comprehensive. But planning will have another crack at it. DR will look at it again, and then it'll come back to us. And I think it's a process that's a good one. We need to move forward. My final comment before I'll turn it to others, sensitive to Amy's comments, I have noticed a lot of neon signs in town, and we haven't changed the code yet.
You should turn them in.
So they should be, well, there's one guy right out in the canyon, right in, as you go into the kitchen in the canyon, Indian cuisine or something, and there's plenty of them out there. So our staff ought to be, looking at those things and taking action on them. But we'll see what we do with the change on that. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I think we've got a good process going here. We need to keep with it.
Back on the signs thing, again, please use Ask Laguna. I use it all the time. Take a picture of it. It takes your location and it goes right to code enforcement. We'll follow up on that. And again, the proposed change is to just let the planning commission actually see if they can make the findings that sign, a new sign, could stay. Planning commission may never want to make those findings. It just opens the door to the possibility. Again, we can't debate here, so I'm sorry. I can talk to you later, I promise. I will. Okay, I won't go away tonight.
Okay, good. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
By the way, I agree with Amy's comments about the neon signs as well, and I can assure you that a lot of members of this council are continually meeting with code enforcement to see, ask them questions about some of the issues around town. We talked about the ADUs and what Ann brought up about this criteria meeting the ADU. She brought up 2 points regarding ADUs, but specifically, I'm just really interested in, does this apply to ADUs?
So I think as I understood the comment, it relates to the exemption from design review for accessory dwelling units, which is how the code exists today. So that's not a new change. The city cannot have design review for accessory dwelling units. The only discretionary review that the city requires for accessory dwelling units is the coastal development permit through its Coastal Act Authority.
Okay, further comments?
That's it.
No comments?
That was it. No, I think Bob and Dave covered my points.
Your points, okay. Further comments from council? Okay, I'll just finish. I'll provide some final comments here. I think this is just a really well done staff report and truly an iterative process that where, there's been a lot of feedback and changes to this, which I think is how good public policy is made. There's going to be more of that as this goes through we're basically at the start of the process from a actual, ordinance perspective. But what I like about this is that we started, a year ago and we really got input from all the relevant stakeholders. And I'm sure that there's more that could be considered. But at the end of the day, and I also just think it's a really well organized and clear and coherent staff report. So I really commend the process that got us here. I think that, at the end of the day, I like how we're incentivizing smaller homes to be built that are not going to have an impact, because when you apply the same standards for design review, what you do is you incentivize people who come in and have a lot of money to go and hire, an architect and then a spinner, and then, try to not abuse the process, but just deal with the process in a way where if you're just a regular person who doesn't have a lot of extra money, that process doesn't work for you. So I think that we're incentivizing the types of projects that we actually want, which I really like. But at the end of the day, I think what's really clear is that if, to the points that I appreciate and agree with, that why would we want to change the look and feel of Laguna? I think that, given everything that we know about the state laws and how we are supposed to move forward, it seems like not doing this would undermine the very character that we like. And it's not because of anything that's happened locally, but it's what's happened at the state level. So I really do think this is a thoughtful, approach that addresses the legal reality that we are in a way that can keep the character of the community that we all love. And so, as was said, this has been a long process, and I guarantee it's not going to be a short process to actually take this through the Planning Commission, back to City Council, and then through the Coastal Commission for the final ordinance. So, I'm sure that staff is happy to meet with anyone who has further questions, as there's a lot here, but I think it's just really well done. So I want to commend staff and everyone who was involved in this process, and I think it's a model of how we should do public policy in the city of Laguna Beach. So, go ahead.
In regards to, and I certainly understand the community and their, hesitation and concerns with things moving fast, but I will say, as Alex just mentioned, with what's coming out of Sacramento and what's being expected of us, I hope everybody understands a lot of this is just out of our hands, and we are in a effort to be compliant. And a good example, the council recently discussed updating our general plan, of which many parts of that hasn't been updated in many years. And as a matter of fact, we're months away from being non-compliant on certain elements of that general, or one element in specific of that general plan. So, there's just, the city's fallen a bit behind with updating some of these documents that are, it's required of us. And, the world has become a lot more litigious, and everything that's coming out of, Sacramento, there is a lot to deal with. Believe us. Bob just mentioned spending 5 hours, even being an attorney, going through. He and I sit on the ad hoc committee, working with staff on a lot of this stuff. It's a lot of work. So this isn't all intentional. I just wanted to assure everybody that everybody's concerned here, and we're doing our best.
Thank you.
This reminds me that Megan and I have talked about doing a community town hall just about changes to housing law, because I think we're in a place where we're more frustrated / worried than, I don't think we brought the community along with that worry and the urgency of that. So,
Okay. Good. Okay. So do you need any direction from us, or are you good?
Guess you'd want to just make the recommended actions if possible.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Okay, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye. Okay.
Sorry, can I clarify on that motion before we move on? I just want to make sure on item number 4, that was all discussion. Item number 4 is actually an adoption of a resolution. That resolution is to limit we kind of talked about this as we're just informing everybody and studying, but I want to be very clear, that was an action item number 4, and it's fine to proceed. It's more restrictive than the code, but we can be more restrictive.
Yeah.
We can't be more expansive, but I just wanted to make sure everyone was on the
So
same
you're
page.
clarifying that the law so that these recommended actions will mean that the Design Review Board and Planning Commission are limited to 2 public hearings on housing related projects.
Correct.
And we tried to explain the why for people who will read the staff report in the staff report, because it involves the Housing Accountability Act and other state laws.
I think that the staff report did a good job of explaining that. Good. Okay. Thank you. So that was approved. Thanks, everyone. Good work. Appreciate everyone who stayed the late night. That's our last item. Future council items. I want to bring forward an update, perhaps in a study session, just a high level update from from OCPA to share what's been going on. I think I wasn't on the council, but that was what, 2021?
Yeah, I thought we were already do this. We already talked about doing it.
I don't think so. Well, if we did, so I'd like to have an update from them.
Yeah. Agreed.
Is there support for that?
So it's come up a few times here, and I know we had further testimony from Mike Beanon tonight. I mean, we may not all be of the same mind, but I would like us to take an item up on whether we adopt a resolution with respect to the expanding the marine protection zone. I know you've had some of you have had some meetings with others, but I think we ought to just take it on and go one way or another with it.
My only thought on that is, from my perspective, we've already done that. We had that meeting where we sent in the letter saying we supported them studying it, and nothing has changed since then. We're
want-
still in the same position.
Yeah.
So it would, in my opinion, be rehearing the exact same conversation we already had. Jeremy, do you have any?
Well, I think it was, we just urged them to study it. I'm suggesting something further, which was we urged them to take action to support the expansion of it. That would be my,
I think the initial recommendation was that we support the expansion and
Based on their
yeah, so then I think I changed it in the discussion that I wanted to see the science behind it.
That's because that's what I recall, was that we wanted to get the feedback about, does this make sense in the broader plan
Mhm.
of how they're doing that?
Mhm.
When Hallie said that was her stipulation that she wanted to see the science, is there any news back on that?
There's no new science.
Other than their staff's conducting a standard policy analysis of all bin to petitions, including ours. It's basically 20 policy questions.
So when does that come back to
End of
us?
February. And then they're going to have a pause for about 2 months for local communities to digest that. And then they'll start doing public workshops.
So shouldn't we just wait for that, and then that's when we'd weigh in?
That's to the councils.
How does that sit with you, Bob? That seems to make more sense to
That
me.
makes sense to me. Otherwise, I feel like we're just gonna have the exact same conversation that we had last time.
there isn't going to be any new science. They've already said they're not going to do additional studies.
Well,
We're just going to have to make a decision whether we support it or not. Now, if we wait until after, would you say February?
Yeah, they said end of February, those reports will be available.
and
Their
then-
analysis.
And then local governments have 2 months to comment based on those reports.
Yeah, ish.
Think
So
the all of public
All
has
right,
2 months. It's just
that's fine. We can wait. I'll bring it up then.
And
Because I don't want us to duck it.
Right.
Take a stand
Yeah.
one way or another.
I agree with
Seems
you.
like isn't the whole point of the process is to get that from them, and then that's when we weigh in?
That was previous council direction.
No, but isn't that how this process is designed at the state level?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be I would
To
agree with
me,
you, Al.
that makes more sense. And I agree with what you're saying, Bob. Like, let's really, truly look at this. It just feels premature to me to look at it.
I agree with Bob as well, by the way. So I do think we just need to make a decision.
But
Jeremy will keep us surprised then of when we have the chance to comment. What I'm concerned about is whatever comes out at the end of February is going to be affected by our non-support, our non-expression of support. That's my concern. Is that not a legitimate concern?
Well, here's what I can say. In looking at the policy framework, there is no question that asks within that contemplates local support. It doesn't say, does the local agency support this? It's not going to be on the Marine Resource Committee or the Fish and Game Commission's agenda. Specifically, evaluation of bin 2 petitions until the completion of this policy analysis. So it's not going to be discussed, I think, in any meaningful way at the state level until mid next year.
And then we have 2 months to comment based on that.
Yeah, yes, we'll have certainly 1 month
Okay.
in the community, and then a second month that may include and will likely include outreach and workshops to further discuss it both locally and at the state level.
But to Bob's point, what you're saying is that our input's not going to affect that report.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess my hesitation with discussing it again now is just that I think we would be having the exact same conversation we already had. There's no new information as far as I understand.
But it sounds like what Jeremy's saying is satisfying what you're saying, right? Your concern is we don't want to just wait and then not be able to be heard. But it sounds like the process contemplates that, and the report is not going to change based on our feedback.
Correct.
Is that good then?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good with that, but
No, because I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. that's fine.
Okay.
As long as we have a chance to weigh in when it's meaningful, right? Either way, whichever
Yeah,
we come
totally.
out with on a decision. But I think we owe it to the community. Just to recall quickly, we've got many community groups down there that have supported it,
Yeah.
and there are people in the community who oppose it.
Yeah,
But
because,
we have to make a decision.
yeah,
That's my view.
but it sounds like the process is built up for us to do that.
Okay.
Okay. So we're good there.
Jeremy, if you hear anything different, just in terms of the process, just let us know and we'll have a meeting on it.
Okay. So we have OCPA. I think we got support for a study session of some kind with them. And then anything else? Okay. Well, let's,
I was going to bring up, but Dave already covered it, and I will just trust that he's going to follow through with it as far as his workshop, suggested workshop with community, helping educate everybody on the state housing laws.
okay. Sounds good. Anything else? Good. Okay. So we'll adjourn till our next regularly scheduled meeting, December 9th. Thank you, everyone.